Hey, there we go.
Wow. Hey, look at that.
Look at
Technology
that.
works
We're
first try.
live. First
Okay.
try.
It's not first try. We worked on this a lot last night.
A lot. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be where you are. Welcome to what we're calling Virtual DEVintersection.
I'm so excited about this. This is going to be a gas.
This is right, and we've been talking about this since the Las Vegas event.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which was huge. We did really well there, but I don't know. There's a challenge in-person events. I don't think people know just how much planning goes in. You know, I've been working on the spring show while I was still in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's a continuous flow, and we're deep into it now. I'm getting close to finalizing speaker lists and so forth, at least at the 80% level.
Okay.
Just got to leave some room for stuff that happens, and
Stuff happens.
So there's a lot to do, but it's really fun.
So we should introduce ourselves before we go too much further, Richard.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff Fritz. I'm a program manager at Microsoft. I work on the .NET teams focused on community and outreach for events, education, and live streaming like this.
No, you've got the real job, man. And I'm Richard Campbell. I'm the host of .NET Rocks and Run As Radio. I also am a founder of DEVintersection, and I've been working in conferences for about 25 years. I wrote my first line of code in 1977, so been in this particular space for a long, long time. But helping fellow developers on what you need to know next has sort of been a passion of mine for literally decades.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
So if you wonder what motivates me, I get the opportunity to look at the technology coming down the pipe and help sort out how we're going to think about it and how it fits into the plans we currently have, and that works well for both podcasting, conference making, and apparently live streaming. So it's all pretty much the same stuff.
It is, right? There's something to that intersection between teaching and engineering, right? There's always a next generation of developers, of tech folks that are coming along that we want them to learn from our mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And don't do what I did. But I think it's really useful so often with new technology. There are personalities and people that love breaking that early edge on that, and they can make those early mistakes. And then all of us that are by nature, I think, more conservative on how we embrace technology can sort of take a look at that and say, all right, well, where is that at? I'm also a big believer, and it's certainly been a theme in DEVintersection for a long time, that just because there's something new out doesn't mean the old thing's useless.
Yeah,
or should be immediately migrated from. The best kind of code in the world is the working kind. And
shipping is a feature.
Yeah, well, and if it's running, don't mess with it. It's only when we need something new that you need to poke at that. And so, a big theme I've had both on the podcast and at the conference is how am I care and feeding for the things that I've already got, and only change them when you're going to provide value for changing them.
And it's interesting the terms care and feeding, right? When we build our applications, and if you're deploying to a server or you're sending it out to an app store, it becomes a pet at that point. You need to care and feed it and make sure that it's groomed nicely and that it doesn't have any bugs on it, and you clean it up with those things. And it really does become something that you care for. You're investing a lot of time and management into.
I do think that's an interesting balancing act, Jeff, too, because you don't want to be too in love with your thing that you won't let it go when it's time to let it go, or you won't let it evolve, or you're a little too protective of it. So, I also look at software. Heck, I look at a lot of things like this. It very much like your children, in the sense that your goal was to make a successful, independent human.
Yeah.
I think a piece of software is truly mature when it doesn't need you anymore. When folks are using it regardless, that other people can maintain it. That to me is a more mature piece, and also that you can recognize when a piece of software has had its day, when it is time to move on to the next one. So I do think it's an interesting balancing act. Doing this for a while now, I've seen these things come and go, and I feel the same way about business. Like, for me, I know how I like to work and what I like to work on, and businesses reach a point where they grow to a place where I don't want to necessarily be there anymore, but maybe somebody else does, and you move those things on.
And so, I think Carrie makes a great point here in the chat room. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But how you assess broke is an interesting question, because sometimes broke doesn't have new shiny on it.
Now
right?
wait a sec. Okay, I was having a discussion with some folks on another podcast, um, about what is done. Right now, I like to think done is when, just like you're saying, I can step away and it doesn't need me caring and feeding it anymore. I've literally, as a developer, worked myself out of a job.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting perspective, and it's certainly, some people can work that way. Having built a home or two, people often ask me, or even this office, after the flood of 2015, he says, "Hey, is your office done?" You're like, what does done mean exactly? Am I back in it? Yes, I'm back in it. Is the,
Sure.
all are the fancy cool light fixtures I've been playing with, are they all exactly the way I want them? No. There's still things to do. So maybe a piece of software is only done when nobody uses it anymore. Then it's,
Then it's dead, isn't it?
well, yeah. So maybe nothing is, the only thing done is that which is buried.
Okay. So then that kind of comes around to the first topic I wanted to talk about in this little bit of time that we have together to talk about what's going on in the industry. What are the new things that are happening that are interesting that we should talk about and that might be interesting for folks coming to that Orlando Dev Intersection show out in
Oh,
June?
yeah.
Um,
Wow. There's a bunch of forces going on right now that certainly are falling into topic areas for me.
yeah, but done and dead. The first thing that I think of when I look at the content we're presenting there at Dev Intersection is WinForms and WPF.
Right.
For
Well, they're neither done nor dead.
no,
They're
they're
still evolving.
well, they've been resurrected for how many years? Windows and WPF. We didn't see cool new things added to the client development technology, and they're back.
Yeah, I always thought there was new things coming along year over year, just not a lot. Size of team, is maybe what you're debating is to, we've got Billy Hollis coming to the show, and I'd love to get him on the stream one of these days. He's a busy guy, challenging to get on, but he's been a loyal developer in the WPF space from the very beginning.
Mm.
I think he taught Microsoft a lot about what WPF could do. He's been building great WPF apps for customers literally for more than a decade. And so he's the guy I defer to. I bring him onto .NET Rocks. I certainly bring him to the show for exactly that reason. Here's the guy who builds the stuff, and he's telling you, what he can build with it and how it works. And that, WPF never stopped evolving. Its rate of evolution may have slowed down, but I think, you're hinting at what's coming with .NET Core 3, which certainly is going to be a big topic area for us in the spring, which is this, how do we incorporate WPF and WinForms into Core, recognizing that it's a Windows-only technology, at least for the foreseeable future.
Sure.
I think that's a very interesting move by the team as a whole to sort of recognize this. Core is Core, and we're going to continue to evolve Core, but can we add on these SDKs on top that allow desktop developers to continue to develop the way they've always done and still use Core?
Yeah. Carrie's chiming in the chat room, and she says maintenance is a very overlooked step in the SDLC process. Yes, the software development lifecycle. I can't agree with that more. Maintenance is important. She goes on, important to keep updates, patches, and methodologies fresh. But this isn't carte blanche to rip apart and do shiny, just make it work. Improvements and new features can be introduced based on customer need, not the amount of shininess. She likes the word shiny there a bit. But
you're also reflecting different personalities there, too. Because often the personality of a developer that wants to embrace a brand new technology that's poorly documented, sort of figure your way through that, is a different personality from someone who enjoys keeping a healthy app healthy. Right? And I think a classic scenario you have is a desktop app that's important inside of an organization that's been running for years. Maybe it's WinForms, maybe it's WPF, and now they want it on mobile devices.
Yes, right. The VP shows up after the iPad is announced and says, that custom accounting app we have, I want it on my brand new iPad that I got this weekend.
And so brand new requirement and a tricky one too, because WinForms isn't going to run there. And so, what does that look like? And now you actually have a new conversation. I don't expect folks that are maintaining that app to automatically pick up the reins and run with that. That's let's build a team and sort of talk that through and get some education in the space and talk about all the options on how to add those new features. I think it's a totally normal thing that happens.
Sure.
But, you also don't, if you throw it at that leading edge team, they're going to want to rewrite it.
Yeah.
Right? Like
They
they're
are.
going to be pressured to that. And that's not a bad case. Like work that case. I love to figure out the cost of what does a rewrite look. Just so you set one scale of a benchmark as opposed to, a different scale of benchmark. And I hope somebody goes out and says, should the software, if we're going to rewrite, is it a SaaS product? Could we actually go buy something else?
Yes.
Open the door on all of those things.
You know what? And I think Orpheus here in the chat room puts it very well. Even classic ASP isn't dead.
Yes, but it may be pining for the fjords.
So if you do have that WinForms app, as you're suggesting, maybe classic ASP isn't the way to go, but you can even leap into the future with something like the Wii framework on top of Blazor.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Isn't it interesting that if you've laid back on a bunch of these technologies that have come along recently, maintaining your web forms app or your VB6 app, there are easier ways to bridge now. Actually, I remember Fernando Guerrero, he built an extraordinary VB6 migration tool that is mature.
Okay.
Like today, if somebody actually confronted me with a VB6 app, and it's still buildable, which is the tough part. Right? Like, hey, the VB runtime's been in Windows for forever. It shipped in Win 10. It's still there. Like, that's not going away. You can probably make a VB app run.
I think Hugo here in the chat is saying he's got a VB6 app he's maintaining. Oh, Hugo.
Tell me you have a VM that has a running version of VB6. And would you please send me a screenshot? Because I haven't seen it in years. I kind of miss it, really. That thing made me a lot of money. That was a great programming environment. It was a great way to write software.
You know what they say about VB6 now, though?
It's illegal in 9 countries.
It's also, the last service pack for VB6 was 1999, so it's 20 years.
20 years since the last code for VB6. Oh,
I pointed this out on a show I did some time ago. No, not a .NET Rocks. I was on something else. It's like, first version of VB was 1991. Last patch was 1999. 8 years. That was the lifespan of Visual Basic in theory. Granted, software lives forever. If you're still using it, it's still alive. If you've maintained a runtime, awesome.
How many mainframes are out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's some old code bases out there, but .NET's been around a long time. My whole inspiration for starting to write the history of .NET was that 15th anniversary party of shipping .NET.
I remember the talk around the 15th anniversary, that birthday party. Folks were saying to me, "Oh, you should come out. You're the guy that's managing NuGet now. You should come out and join us." And I'm like, it was like scheduled for the same time as like my daughter's birthday or something. I'm like, that's a bad idea. But that was definitely that's a point in time that we can reflect as technologists and say, holy crow, we've built something that stood the test of time.
For sure. It's
continuing to evolve. And you know what? People are pretty happy for the most part with things they've done with C#, with .NET. Not that it's the best technology, but it's certainly pretty good for what it's been designed to do.
Sure. And I don't even know what to say about best. I've been using this phrase not only because it sounds awesome, but because it's a really good thought, which is ontological humility.
Oh, okay.
Just this idea that we don't have a particular grip on the truth per se. And I want to look at that also from a time basis. You made the best decisions with the information you had and the resources you had at the time.
And let's not confuse that with it, right? I always get people confusing that decision that you need to make with technical debt.
Sure. Different issue.
It doesn't turn into technical debt just because something new and shiny came out that's perceived to be better.
Yeah. No, technical debt is incurred when you cut a corner you're cutting at the time, typically because of time constraints.
Yes.
The fact that we come up with a better development process a year later doesn't declare everything you've done previous that, technical debt. And until you try scheduling what changes are we going to make to be compliant with our new standards. But that's, you're inventing that debt at the time. the to me, the honest debt is, hey, we had to make this date. So I didn't I didn't write the unit tests for this.
Sure.
I didn't make didn't abstract this particular phase. I didn't refactor this area I knew could probably been refactored and consolidated. Like, we cut corners because deadlines.
I reduced the amount of error handling. We reduced the number of integration tests that we were going to manage so that we could make a deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very, very fair. And so one of the reasons we still do web form sessions at DEVintersection, because we have people showing up that are maintaining web forms apps that are serving their customers well, typically internal organizations, and there's bloody nothing wrong with it. It is what it is. We've definitely, web forms itself has improved. I think you're partly to blame for that.
Sorry.
And
that's me.
And our approaches to using it has improved, and the third-party tooling is improved.
It has,
and it is super hard to justify dismantling that software that works. If you're going to build the new features, maybe you build them in a different way. You know, you might go down
Certainly.
the MVC path, but it doesn't mean that the stuff that came before is wrong.
The component-based model that we had with web forms, that we had with WinForms, WPF, a tremendous productivity boost, right?
Mm-hmm.
And certainly some of the sponsors of the DEVintersection events, the component vendors out there, they've been able to grow whole businesses around giving people that productivity so that you get the cool grid, you get the cool editor, you get these things that, okay, you can do open source now, that's great, but when you want to hook it into your entire programming environment, you want to wire it up to your Angular framework, you want to bring it into your Xamarin application or your Blazor application, there's a lot that needs to be built there that I don't think the altruistic open source folks are going to spend as much time helping you with and providing that support that you might need if it's a production application that you're shipping inside your enterprise.
The open source culture is very interesting that way, because in the end, if you're volunteering your time, you get to work on the things you want to work on. I remember early on in being an RD, so like 2004.
RD, that's what's the RD?
Microsoft Regional Director, where you don't work for Microsoft, you don't have a region, and you don't direct anything.
Go figure.
So what, 170 technology professionals around the world, typically very business-minded, that have a close relationship with Microsoft.
I've got a bunch of sound effects here that are begging to be pressed.
Hit them. You got to do it. I saw a Scott.
Inconceivable.
A little bit. All right.
So I got to tell you the story.
Okay, go for it.
At the time when I was working back then, I was helping to maintain an application that had a Postgres backend running in Linux.
Postgres, love the relational database.
Yes, and this is early aughts, right? 2004.
Okay.
And so Postgres this is open source before GitHub, right? This was when you ran your own open source location, and the Postgres guys were always there. And somebody asked me, as with skills in SQL Server, it's like, you've worked in SQL Server, you worked in Postgres, what do you see as the difference? I said, well, it's the consequences of open source. And like, what are the consequences of open source? I can pass, and this is in 2004, I can pass a table as a parameter to a user-defined function in Postgres, but I don't have incremental backup.
Yeah.
Right? Because volunteer development, incremental backup is a terribly hard problem that nobody's excited to work on. But passing tables as parameters, that's really cool.
It's really cool, and it makes my application run right now. Incremental backup, that's a concern for another day. I don't need to have that running.
But also, if you're a responsible developer and you know how hard making incremental backup perfect is.
Yeah.
Like, that's really tough. And it's one of those classic, like, once it works, nobody's ever going to think about it again. It's just not interesting. And so super hard to find volunteers for that sort of thing. Now, that's open source from 15 years ago. Open source is different today.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the fact that the tech giants, right? Whether it's we're losing the network here.
I'm good.
There it goes. Oh no. And it's going to slowly
really
come back. This
will
is
it? By itself?
Yeah. It will as the resolution comes back.
Okay.
Somewhere we lost the network. It's gone funny on me here. I'm going to
Well, you know we are crossing borders here, right? It's all the way from Canada to Philadelphia.
From Canada. Yeah,
Yes.
you aren't kidding there. Oh my gosh. Let's
love
see
that.
here.
That's really
Wow, that is wacky.
What's fun is that it happened in stages, right? That it's sort
Yes,
of compressed down, then it popped up a little. Like I love that, Jeff. That's really cool.
that's really cool. Now I'm going to try and fix it, and it's really not going to behave quite right for me here, is it?
Okay. Oh, now I'm skinny but tall.
Oh my gosh.
Where'd I go? That's really interesting.
Oh my gosh. It's so
And it is,
nice.
I don't even dare talk about the snow in the Pacific Northwest compared to what happened across the Midwest and even in the East. We've got a little snow. It is raining today in Vancouver.
Okay.
So I'm sure it's raining in Seattle as well. It's like just above freezing, but it's actually coming down as rain, this is where the situation gets bad. Like, proper snow is fine, below freezing the whole time, but this whole snow, then rain, then freeze.
Oh,
That's when you
forget
get
it.
those videos of cars going sideways down the highway and like all that disaster.
Oh, it's terrible. And yeah, your network connection just went right through the floor.
Interesting.
Yeah, all last night while we were testing this, we didn't have a single problem.
Yeah, everything was fine. It was just fine all the time.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna pull that video there real quick, and
I know some folks mentioning on XAML while you're figuring this out, Jeff.
Sure.
It is very interesting to see, part of this move towards .NET 3 having the XAML SDKs is that they've reorganized the XAML inside of Microsoft too. So we're seeing a new team come together that's got sort of broad view over all things XAML.
It is.
I'm really, and led by the amazing Amanda Silver. I cannot wait to see what happens with that.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about what Amanda's been able to deliver, because she's got a tremendous group working for her. Her program managers on that team are, I was on that team for a while. I know they are incredibly skilled. You're pretty happy with the stuff that's come out of that group, and it's just going to continue to get better. They know their stuff, and they've got great things happening. So let's see what happens.
I'm really interested to see what becomes of this ultimately.
Yeah.
I just know, it's one of those things where when you see the people that are working on it, you're like, well, all these guys that have done it ever is awesome. So I can't, I'm just going to sit back. I don't need to know. Just, I can't wait to see what happens there.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, Core 3, just growing up, but I feel like we've changed gears a little with Core. This version, and I'm saying this as a non-Microsoft person, so I'm allowed to say this sort of thing. This feels like the one where we could start really looking at existing .NET applications and saying, can I pick this up and drop it into Core?
Yes.
And for the most part, it's just going to run. I'm going to get a few warnings here and there, and I'm going to want to tweak with some stuff. I did an interview for Channel 9 at Build last year, and I had Mads Torgensen and Scott Hunter and Beth Massey, and we were talking about exactly that idea. Just that, what would that actually look like? And one of the things that Scott brought up, which I thought was fascinating, is one of the reasons they want to re-engineer WinForms is that they want to deal with high DPI screens.
Yes. This is
every
a big
single
problem.
time, and every time they experimented with WinForms and high DPI screens, they rendered differently than the non-DPI tolerant WinForms. And so right away they're nervous. It's like, I don't want to do a drop-in replacement here where it's going to break existing code. Right?
No, not at all.
Everybody gets angry if you upgrade a DLL and suddenly an app that used to work fine is different in any way. Rendering funny, that makes people mad. Don't do that.
No.
So better to do this sort of breaking. You're going to have to be an active participant in picking up your app and putting into Core 3 with the new WinForms SDK, and then you look at it. You can actually see that the render difference is going to be different, and you can make some adjustments and so forth, though. That to me seemed like a very responsible approach by Microsoft to make sure that we as devs do the right thing when we take on these apps.
There's definitely something to not just do the right thing for us as developers as we build these apps, but because of that drive to be constantly 100% backwards compatible, the thought of changing the .NET framework to be able to include support, and they've been fighting with this since .NET Framework 4.7, to support those high DPI displays, move the various bits of your form around appropriately, and to throw in the towel and say, you know what, we're going to end up breaking folks.
Yeah, just sort of embracing the reality. So break them in a way that they see it coming.
Yes.
And that they have to be part of the break. Like I think it's wise. Guthrie says this sort of fall into the pit of success approach, right? That the only way for you to get to this is to be an active participant in it. And so you won't be surprised when there's problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably going to be problems.
So
is everybody weird? Folks are talking about recognizing the voice. It's just that I seem to be talking slow because you're used to accelerating me.
Yeah.
I sound like this all the time.
Who'd have thought it?
Yeah, weird.
So we're slowly getting the network back there. It's coming
right.
through.
I'm a little wider.
Little wider. We're gonna get there. We'll get there.
Okay. Try and stay in frame.
Oh my gosh. No. We've got this. Let me come down. I might be able to do one more thing here. I think I know what this is. Because we were dealing with this last night. And I made some slight changes, and we got it working nicely.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And I think,
Ta-da.
Yeah, there it is.
You nailed it. Genius.
I've been doing this a few times. What can I tell you?
Hugo mentioned earlier on about the fact that you can now take VB6 apps and package them as UWP apps. What was that called? Constellation? Something like that. It was a project specifically about being able to repackage stuff.
Yep.
Taking the Win32 apps and being able to package them as UWP, put them in a wrapper.
Yeah. There's that persistence, that ability to roll things forward from the past so that they still work in the future is, in one hand, amazing, but on the other hand, it's why? Why are you hurting me like this?
The conversations I've had just recognizing that these big organizations can often have thousands of custom built apps. That might be VB6, might be ASP. You just don't have the cycles to replace them all. It's insane. Just the brain space to truly get your head around an existing application and assess the possibilities of how it might be upgraded, how it might be replaced, what you could migrate to. And then it's over and over and over again. It doesn't stop. I don't envy anybody with that problem.
No. Well, dear Lord, what a problem it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Ulfius says he's been to DEVintersection. Hooray! Delighted. Did you like it? Well, you went back a few times, so I'm going to presume you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it had to be fun, right?
Yeah. Any favorite bits? I never know what people really like from the show. We try a lot of different things, and we certainly ask for feedback all the time. But the biggest spot you'll see me typically at DEVintersection is I get to introduce the keynotes, and Carl and I do a closing session that we call the 64-bit question.
Yeah. Project Centennial, Hugo reminds us. There it was. Yes.
That's the wrapper around Win32 apps.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant, but at the same time, you're kicking the can down the road. You're great. It now works on Windows 10 2019 first half, H1 or whatever they're branding it now. Okay.
I just did a Windows Weekly about that.
Yeah. Do we really need to keep pushing that along? At what point?
We can't migrate them all. Hopefully we're fixing some of them.
Hopefully we are.
Yeah, and then we're protecting the rest. It's just a concern when folks use that as, we're just not going to fix it now.
Yeah, because
you can do it.
You can fix anything.
You can.
Time and budget.
You're just outnumbered.
Absolutely.
I am always empathetic about this stuff. If you get to live in a greenfield world where you're always playing with the new things.
Yeah.
Most people are spending most of their time maintaining existing applications, right?
It's true. Now, you were saying you've been working on this history of .NET project, this book, the history. I mean, and really, that's more when you think about the place of .NET in not just Microsoft, but in the technical field here. It rescued it rescued Windows. It took how many different language runtimes, VB runtime, C runtime,
the C run, MFC and ATL. There was at the time there was Java as well, right?
Right.
Although that went away, but that was another runtime. And so this sort of confronting all of these different runtimes and the overhead that they represented. The other aspect when it comes to Windows on that is that each time a new version of Windows came out, each of the runtimes sort of had to understand and decide how to implement the new Windows features in the runtime and surface that up to the developers.
Now that's interesting.
And it made it very asymmetrical. And for better or worse, I mean, the vast majority of, especially when you talk about that era, like before .NET in the late 90s, the vast majority of Microsoft developers, people that developed at Microsoft, they were C++ programmers. You know, until Roslyn came along, the folks that worked on C# were C++ programmers.
Yes. Okay.
Right? It's just an interesting thing to realize that that's what most folks working inside of Microsoft were actually doing.
Yes. Okay. So my experience as somebody on the .NET team, somebody on the Visual Studio team, is we're C# through and through, except for the folks that are working on the language. And even then, they're C# developers.
Right.
Right? Or the folks that are working on the runtimes. Okay, you're translating and making stuff work with the operating system. I get it. Makes sense.
Yep.
But it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's challenging, you know, and there's something very special. You watched what happened as Roslyn emerged, and how their own minds were changed thinking in C# all the time.
Right. You know, that's something when you talk about that shift, because you have now this incredibly powerful compiler that's built with its own language.
Yes.
Can compile itself, but it can now go anywhere because we have .NET Core, we have Mono, and we can take that to other places.
That portability was very interesting. And it's fascinating to see what's going to happen with Mono, just because it is a C++ based version of C#.
Yes.
You know, Mono itself, which is one of the reasons it ended up working with Blazor, is because the pipeline into WebAssembly is C++.
Yes.
And so it ended up being the version. And then folks are saying, well, why aren't you using Core for that? And I don't think it's impossible. It just adds a level of complexity that may not be necessary. They're both .NET Standard compliant, so shouldn't make any difference. But it is its own complexity to try and see how Core would work in Blazor.
So, and .NET Standard, make sure that folks know what we're talking about. .NET Standard is that common set of contracts that Microsoft has declared that various .NET frameworks, I hate saying frameworks plural, but .NET frameworks, including .NET Core and Mono and Xamarin and Unity, need to adhere to in order to be able to speak and communicate back and forth with each other. One more pixel, whoever is adjusting Richard's video. Yeah, the network is
happening pretty much automatically. This is its solution to network troubles.
Yes. So, but having that .NET Standard compliance back and forth between them, and .NET Core being that reference implementation, means that, as Mono becomes more .NET Standard 2.0 compliant, why not swap out Mono for .NET Core?
Dev Lee says he likes my NASA mug. Did you look close?
It's not. No. It's close.
It's close.
Wait, let me explain something to you.
That's NASA.
Right.
That's not NASA over there. That's Crumble.
This mug was made by a daughter's boyfriend for a Christmas gift for me.
Really?
He was currying favor, and it worked.
Yeah. There's something to be said. When I was growing up and I was courting my wife, there was something to be said for Eddie Haskell for sidling up with the parents. Hey, how's it going there, Mrs. So-and-so? Nice to see you. Hey, wow, this dinner's really good, Mrs. So-and-so. Thanks so much for inviting me over.
Well, and always bring a gift and remember birthdays. And
oh my gosh,
that's all very important.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ulfius was talking about how much you like the keynotes at DevIntersection. Maybe we should talk a little bit about the keynotes we've got coming for the spring.
Sure. Let me open up a browser here, and I will bring up the DevIntersection website for us so we can chat about that a little bit. There's a lot of great stuff coming up at the next DevIntersection.
Not that we actually know what's in the keynotes, because they come. It's pretty much down to the wire.
Yeah.
Since Build's coming before our show, I guarantee you, there's a bunch of content that will be affected by Build. So we always have to sort of adjust for that.
That's not a bad thing.
No, I think it's the right thing. We strategically position ourselves after Build for a reason.
Yeah.
I like having a month or so after those announcements have happened to be able to digest a bit and to think a little more deeply about what these new things mean.
So I'm not quite sure where your name went. There it is. All right, let's cut over here. Let's look. There's the DevIntersection website. Look at that. It's right above us.
Wow, and animated and everything. Look at that. That's
I know.
cool.
Like
Oh, right. And we hosted Connect last fall. So you're seeing the Connect keynote too.
That was huge, right?
It was crazy.
I mean, when we talk about Connect as part of this, right? So Microsoft Connect, there's a lot to that. It's not just, hey, we're going to put a thing in a place. No. There's a bunch of people that come along with that.
Oh yeah, no, you had an amazing studio. Your gig was crazy. I saw you up there.
Oh my gosh, I might have
Twitch streaming, and there's Twitch streaming.
Yeah, I mean having a studio, right? More than just here's my spare bedroom, my home office, is huge, right? And gosh, we had 2 studios there on the second floor, and it was a lot that we put together for that event. We wanted to make sure it was professional. Scott Guthrie joined us, and he's keynoting this event in Orlando as well in June.
He is. It'll be a 3rd-day keynote because of scheduling.
Okay.
And he's back-to-back with Eric Boyd, who is the VP for AI.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
So we have Scott's Cubed. So we do have Scott Guthrie, Scott Hanselman, and Scott Hunter.
Wait, hang on. I might be able to help with that. Do you mean Scott? And
yes. Scott! Yes.
One more?
Scott! Yes.
Any more? All done?
That's enough, Scott.
Okay. We got him covered.
But Eric has taken over a lot of the AI stuff, and his view on AI is really interesting. He's keen on that AI for the average developer. The chance that I've had to sit and talk with him and so forth, and parts of his keynote from last fall, you can see that it's not just appealing to the folks that have always been in the machine learning and data analytics space, but also how do we as regular developers include artificial intelligence in the things we're doing. And that's, I think it's one of Microsoft's superpowers.
It is
commoditizing that kind of technology.
How do we make all of this really big technology that the average developer doesn't have access to, right? All that giant computing power in the cloud, all of the high-end math in artificial intelligence to make that accessible as an API, as a tool for the average developer that just, I don't know how it works. I just want to use cloud whatever.
Yeah.
Fine. Put the simple facade in front of it. Great documentation. It's kind of a superpower.
Yeah, give me the API to just make it work. And Perzan is saying, so developers are supposed to curate data now? Haven't we always? What else does our software do but gather data?
It does. Gather data, shuffle it around, send it back somewhere. So Raventhorn asks, with the DevIntersection April event shifting a little bit later into the summer when Orlando is hard to get into, why is that? And I think you said to coordinate with Build.
Yeah, we're staying after Build.
Yeah.
Now, that was why we maneuvered that way. If believe me, I would rather be in Orlando earlier in the year than June. Although it's always fun. We do try and set it close to like a Memorial Day or something like that, so that folks that want to bring their families out can stay on for the long weekend. We do think about all those things.
Sure.
Right. That is part of the equation is how do we get it is if we're going to go to a place like the Swan Hotel where you're literally on the Disney property, you can take a boat to Epcot.
Yeah.
Then let's make sure you can, if you want to bring your family along and have a long weekend after the show, that we're right there to make it simple for you to do that. Those are great things to think about. But we've got to be after build. If we're not after build, it's super hard to make sense of a spring show.
Yeah. And to throw back to NASA, you're driving distance from Cape Kennedy.
Yes. In fact, I am prone to doing tours. I thought we talked about going out there after the show this year.
I think we got to do that. I am such a space geek, and I stepped away from it for a while, and it's like every time I get down there and you see these giant rockets, it's like it's immense. Humanity built this, and they had the computing power of less than my phone on board.
Well, yeah, they're those rockets in the rocket garden at Kennedy, they're 50 years old.
Oh my god!
You know, like they're not even super current. Like because the new stuff is being used. They haven't put it in rocket. There's no Raptors or Merlin sitting in the rocket garden yet.
No. Raventhorn asks, needs to see more EF core courses. Been to the last 3 dev intersections. Need to see a little bit more entity framework.
Good call. And I don't have Julie Lehrman this spring, who's one of my EF go-tos. So yeah, there's a few other folks we can talk to make sure there's more EF core going on.
Yeah, and we've actually put a little bit more of a focus on .NET Core 3 and WinForms and WPF for the upcoming show.
Absolutely. But it's one of the reasons we're doing this stream, though, is I love this kind of feedback, that these are the things you're concerned about, because we've got room to maneuver here. We've got a couple more months. So if there's topics you don't think we're hitting hard enough, I want to hear about it. And I'm keen to find the right people and tell those stories.
We have time to make that adjustment.
Absolutely. And keen to do it for sure.
Yeah.
But I hope to start doing build in March again, because then we'll be in Orlando in April.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
They're going to do build in May. I'm going to do Orlando in June, for better or worse.
But looking at the timing for me and my family, it's the last week of school.
Oh, is that good or bad?
So for me, it's okay, because my kids are all cyber schooled. So they just have to log in. They're done all their work by that point. They just have to log in and appear in the virtual classroom, and then they can disappear and go off and visit with.
So you're bringing them? You bringing your family down?
We just visited family in Florida in November.
Okay.
And they were saying, well, we don't want to go down before Star Wars opens.
Yeah. That's what we're holding out for, isn't it?
Right. And they're saying Star Wars is like the fall. So, Dad, can we go back for either Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving in November, or Christmas time in December? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe next spring.
And then not enough has changed in Universal since they've been there 2-3 years ago for them to say, oh, we need to go see this at Universal.
So they're not Harry Potter fanatics.
Oh, they are, but they've seen it.
Okay. My eldest daughter, who's 27, by the way, when they found it, when we were down there, it's like, I got to go to Hogwarts. Like, okay, let's go. We'll do it. But I think they'd go back in a second. Like,
oh my gosh.
It's an amazing theme park. I'm blown away by that place.
It is. And the Fritz girls, as it were, they bought several of the wands.
Those things are expensive, man. Well, they're just bits of plastic with the little IR sensor on the end.
When you go into the wand shop, so I don't know if folks in the chat room here, we're having a little sidebar here. Yep. When you go into the store there, the wand shop, they'll pick out a couple kids, and typically one. And they'll have them come up, and the wand master does a thing, just like you saw in the first movie where the wand picks a person. Well, they see my 2 daughters, preteen and young teenage girls, sitting there talking to each other as sisters do, and they're like, we're going to pick both of them. And they picked the 2 of them, and they had them both do the whole little wand show. And, of course, the wand master chose the wands for them, or the wands chose them. And what do you say to your kid after they just went through this 10-minute show and this whole thing happened? They just sold 2
wands. That's what just happened there.
The kids look at you, Dad, are we going to get our wands? And you know what you feel?
Yeah.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Only if you didn't buy them.
I had to.
Of course you did.
Of course I did.
I love it.
Raventhorn, you're right. Microsoft Ignite takes over Universal. They've done it the past 2-3 times that Ignite's been in Orlando. And when you're in Universal and it's just that conference, it's across the two parks and they shut everything down.
Yeah,
it's just you.
And 25,000 of your closest friends.
If they all show up.
If they all show up.
A couple years ago, it was a real good time when I was there. Last time, it was really rainy last year when we were there. But always a great party, and you're going to see some of your favorite speakers at Ignite and at DEVintersection at that event, and see them wandering around Universal together. All these folks are very easy to talk to. Also, Richard, how do we get so lucky to have folks? Well, I'm going to skip that top row. I happen to know a couple people there, but how
do you?
We've got such a great crowd here, including we're going to talk to Michelle a little bit later today.
Yeah,
everybody's so easy to talk to, and when you're at DEVintersection, the intersection of all these different content points and technologies, everybody's so happy to talk to you and talk through whatever your problems are.
Yeah. And then, that's how everybody learns, but it's part of the reason we're there. Why else do we do these things but an opportunity to talk to folks and to sort of share knowledge and explore ideas and how people are doing things and what they struggle with.
Yes.
So it is absolutely a key part of the entire experience, without a doubt.
And Raventhorn is saying Dan Wallin is his spirit animal.
Okay.
Is their spirit animal. Yeah.
I like Dan. He's a very laid back guy. He's got that knack for letting you know, like, you can do this. Don't worry. Come with me. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Hey, I do want to mention something new for the spring show we haven't done before is we're going to be running Angular Mix.
Okay.
As part of the spring show. So we have in the past done a separate Angular Mix conference, which is specifically focused on Angular in the enterprise, but we're experimenting this spring with having an Angular Mix room essentially at the big show. And so Brad Green from Google is going to be keynoting that, and Stephen Fluin and a couple of others are going to be out there. And so there'll be one room that's just going to be Angular for the whole couple of days, just nonstop, all the Angular.
Okay. Now, and we're not going to see just Angular for JavaScript developers. There's other JavaScript content.
Oh, sure. There's plenty of stuff going on in the open web space, ASP.NET. We're not taking away from anything there. What we really wanted to do was to have our experience with Angular Mix as a standalone show was everybody being in one room just talking about Angular in enterprise context for the whole day was really effective. I just want more people to experience that, to have that broader view. So while there'll certainly be other rooms going on with other topics at the same time and lots of other web-related development content, we are going to have this sort of focused Angular day room. So that if you want to have that experience, it's going to be there and led by the Google folks.
Yeah, I mean that's tremendous access to that team, the Microsoft teams that'll be there, right? Mm-hmm. These folks that build the tools that you use, and you're not going to get swept up in the current at an Ignite where there's 30,000 people.
Yeah. Now, there's going to be more than 1,000 people there, but
of course,
that's not 25,000 people, right? So,
no.
Yeah, certainly your ability to get to chat directly with the speaker is easier.
Right. Now, so we mentioned we're going to have a Google Angular keynote. We're going to have Scott Guthrie and Eric Boyd keynoting.
Yes.
Anybody else named Scott keynoting?
Yes. Mr. Hanselman will be keynoting as well. I believe Mr. Hunter is doing something interesting. We're still sort of figuring out exactly what that looks like. So, so yes, all of the Scotts.
All of the Scotts.
We also have an adjacent conference that is accessible for everyone on SQL Server, the SQL Intersection show. And so typically Mr. Bob Ward is there as well. And he is one of the senior folks at the SQL Server team and often can give you insights into what's happening next with SQL Server if that's something you're concerned about. There is a dedicated group of SQL people who come to SQL Intersection, and it's led by Kim Tripp and Paul Randall, two of the best SQL people on the planet. But I really love the ability, even if you've gone for .NET development and that's why you're there, to be able to pop in on a SQL session and just see some of the best minds working in SQL talking through the issues. The other hat I wear as an IT guy for Run As Radio is I always do a closing session with the SQL guys, and record it as a Run As Radio episode, and it's basically the Q&A session. So all the folks that are focused on SQL get into one big room with all of the speakers, and they just ask questions. And for me, it's been sort of a gestalt. What are people currently struggling with in the SQL Server space? We do it twice a year, for the spring show and the fall show, and it's just been sort of sense of what's going on. What are people currently battling with? And you can see this evolution over the years that we've done this now, to see that the problems are changing. The cloud is a bigger conversation point. Different kind of scaling thoughts. Dealing with geospatial data has changed. Like all of those things evolve. And Ulfius is not wrong. We have a running gag with Kim Tripp. Like there's a lot of love in the room.
Okay.
But Kim is someone who can answer a question in the level of detail that it can take many minutes. And so often when you tee up a meatball for Kim, when it's like right in her bailiwick of focus, somebody will set a timer. I think our current record is 7 minutes, 45 seconds for an answer.
Okay. Now,
if you can't tease Kim, who can you tease?
Well, so our friend Michelle is going to be joining us in a little bit. I remember hosting a panel with Michelle and a few other folks sitting on it. And we're talking about different technologies and the evolution of things going into 2018 at the time. Yeah. And the discussion was, what should developers really focus on learning? And she kept coming back to containers. Developers need to learn about containers. Well, what do you worry about? Developers don't know enough about containers. Oh, okay. And
I see a theme.
And when we get into the cloud, what kinds of things should we be doing with the cloud? You should be orchestrating your containers. It's like, Michelle. All right.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk to Michelle later today about...
I have a sneaky suspicion there may be a little bit of conversation about containers.
Maybe.
I'm just guessing. I have no idea.
It could be a thing.
She's had many experience. She's a great architect, and she's had lots of experience with different technologies. You can get her on all kinds of stories.
A brilliant technologist. The amount of practical insight she has into some of these things is just amazing.
Yeah, and her 2-day workshop, like if you want to get booted up on microservices, containers, that whole stack, that's what that workshop's about. It's just like, all right, from scratch, here we go. This is how you put stuff together.
Oh yeah. So, and of course, Azure folks will be there. Of course, Azure folks will be there. And like we said, the .NET team, even Kathleen, who's now the program manager in charge of Visual Basic, will be there with us.
Right. Yeah. Well, these are folks that were speakers with us before they joined Microsoft. We've been able to get them to keep coming back. Yeah. Kathleen's one of those. Well, she's one of the few folks that actually has a PhD in computing science. Like she's legit, unlike the rest of us who've all, sort of learned this craft on our own. She was professionally educated on it, and her thinking around stuff like code generation and C# and literals, like all of that mindset. It's one of those things where often she answers a question at a level where you're like, all right, I may have to take a class to understand your answer.
She literally wrote the book on code generation.
Yeah, not figuratively.
It's
back when literally actually meant literally.
Yeah,
it's
literally. So love her. Love Julie Lerman, says Ulfius. Yeah, those and those two. You get those two on a session together. It's amazing.
There's
MVP
a lot of
Summit.
Friendships amongst this speaker cadre. That's one of the reasons you get that funny dynamic. Is we've worked together for years, and we enjoy each other's company. We play.
Oh my gosh, yes. I think it's almost time for us to get Mr. Steve Smith connected in here.
Speaking of good, great workshop leaders.
Yeah.
This is when we're going to find out how your bandwidth is really going to hold up.
Oh,
we had
man.
another stream.
It worked last night.
Yeah, it did.
It worked last night. All right, so I'm gonna transition back to this view, and let's see if we can do to get Steve up and on board here. Are you gonna reach out and text him, or shall I?
Is he gonna? I don't know, you tell me. But what do you want me to do? I let you drive.
See if you
you're
can.
the adult supervision around here.
Go ahead and in Skype, see if you can ping him and then add him to the conversation.
Really? Okay. You're going to
Let's
let
see if
me
that
do
works.
this? What could go wrong?
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. Steve is still streaming. All right.
Oh, wow.
We are right up against it. Look at that. It's the magic of Twitch. Richard Go, new Surface Go. What is that? What are you talking about, Janesco? So, and Steve,
I need to replace my Surface Book 1. I think that's what Janisko's poking at. It's like I'm trying to figure out.
So, I have the Surface Book 2. And the Surface Book 2 has the NVIDIA power base in it. But I always find that when I need to use the horsepower in there, I end up using more power than I can charge.
Right.
This is a problem.
So you actually watch your battery go down.
Yes. I'm literally, especially if I'm streaming. Oh my gosh, if I'm streaming, I'm using the Surface Book because it's got the high power video card in it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm plugged in and I'm watching the battery drain as the stream goes on. It's like, all right, we're an hour in and I've only got 60% battery left. We better make it.
Yep. No, you get up against it that way.
And I'm not talking smack about it. It's the power on the power cable. When you turn up in Windows 10, you can turn up the power so that it's economical, it's recommended, and then there's high performance. When you turn it all the way up to high performance and it starts really using that video card, you're not pulling enough. The power supply doesn't deliver enough wattage.
Sounds like the power supply is slightly undersized. Do you have the desktop adapter?
I do.
The extra module?
Yes.
So is that enough power?
No.
Because that should be more amps.
It's not. This is something they acknowledged, was that the brick that comes with the desktop adapter that has the extra USB ports on it, has the Ethernet port on it, it doesn't deliver as much watts, as much voltage,
right,
as it's consuming.
Yeah.
When you
I
have
think
on
the
full
measure
power.
is amps.
Yes. Ampage. Okay. Uh-oh.
I'm pulling in Steve.
Yeah, I was going to say,
if he's raiding over here, then we should probably pull him in.
We're getting raided. Oh my goodness.
Hey.
There we go.
You guys see me? I see you.
All right, let me get you added into the mix here. 1 second.
I think my OBS still has my camera. Hang on.
It looks like it does. But what I can do is, while you're doing that, I will make sure that we have you configured. And that I have Steve coming in. There is Stephen A. Smith. Come on down. I've got a big old Skype logo for you right now.
Huh. Yeah. I might have to have you call me right back because Skype's not letting me grab the camera now because
reasons.
Yeah, because
Skype. OBS has it.
Yeah, OBS. I turned off OBS, but it doesn't know it.
All right, I'm gonna remove you and I'll put you back in, Steve.
All right, thanks.
Here we go.
All right.
Good old Skype.
You know what? Skype's great for a lot of things, and it's a little rough on the edges, but once you get it working, does the job.
Yeah, no, it's been a battle. It's funny how how it's gone through these oscillations trying to get things and morphing itself into all these different things. You know, VoIP has changed.
Oh, it
Once
has.
upon a time, we were just trying to talk to each other.
Mm-hmm. And now it's so much more. Now we want to share screens, and we actually want to be able to put video up.
Well, and multiple, right? Like, let's be clear here. We're just absolutely living on the edge, taking multiple streams from multiple sources and then streaming it back out again.
Who would do that?
Oh ho, we got video.
Yeah, there we go.
There he is.
Now we can turn on.
Are you on a walking desk, dude? That's hilarious.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding?
Think about that.
I'm still on my treadmill.
All right, there he is. There's Steve
He streams
Smith.
and works out. That's the answer, huh?
There you go.
It's like 0.9 miles per hour. It's not much of a workout, but I got to
Just
sit still.
walking along. No, I can appreciate that. But you know what? I'll sit still for you. How's that?
You know, it's a job, but somebody's got to do it. I'll take care of coordinating, pushing all the buttons. So, Steve, I understand that you have a workshop coming up at DEVintersection. What's your topic at the workshop?
I am doing a 2-day workshop. Actually, on ASP.NET Core and clean architecture and domain-driven design. So, basically, it's a 2-day hands-on workshop where you and a bunch of your friends will get to build an application using ASP.NET Core, learning domain-driven design, and using an architecture called clean architecture to do it.
Okay.
Nice.
So that's a little bit further. That's a little bit more customized than what comes in the box with the ASP.NET templates.
That's right. Yeah, the ASP.NET templates are great, but none of them are solution templates. They're all just an individual project. And if you want to build a sort of real world application, generally you want to have more than one project. And so the clean architecture basically is a way to structure your projects in a way that they are easy to extend and test, and they don't have a lot of dependencies that keep you from doing stuff you'd like to do. So I have a GitHub repo out there under /r/Dallas/clean architecture, which is actually the starting point for the lab. And it basically is a solution template that has the 3 projects that you would want, which is your ASP.NET Core web project, and then a core project that has all your domain logic in it, and then an infrastructure project, which is where you put Entity Framework and anything else, things that send email, things that talk to the file system, stuff like that goes into that 3rd project.
And where was that on GitHub again? I'm going to try and bring it up real quick here.
If you do a /r/Dallas,
yep.
Just go to my GitHub. It's right there at the top. It's called Clean Architecture.
All right, let's do this. I'm going to tempt fate, and we're going to cut over to here. Look at that. It's like we planned it.
There I am. I'm stuck in the middle of your GitHub repo.
There you go. Clean architecture. So a starting port for clean architecture with .NET. It's one thing to have the templates, but certainly much more valuable to have somebody who's been there, knows the ropes, talking you through and showing you how all these pieces fit together.
Yeah, and we've talked about it, as you can see on there. We've talked about it before on .NET Rocks. You and I talked about it last year with a streaming discussion. So I've got links to those places on there for folks that want to learn more. And then it's very similar to the eShop on Web sample that I did for Microsoft as an actual reference application. It's not 100% the same, but it's close. The difference being that eShop on Web is actually meant to be a sample application, whereas this is meant to be just a template to start from. So it doesn't have a whole lot of stuff in it that you have to rip out.
Yeah. The deleting of code is what I want to do when I fix something, not when I start a new project.
Exactly.
You know?
You want to go negative code?
Negative code. Oh my gosh, that feels like a void that I'm being sucked into. when I start a new project and I have to start deleting code,
And you blew it!
you blew it. Why am I deleting code? Give me just what I need to get started, right?
That's the idea, yeah.
So, okay, what are the various... So you have a core, infrastructure, and web project here. Okay. That feels straightforward. 3 projects, 1 solution to get started, 1 solution to rule them all. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, it's instead of 1 project to rule them all, we've got these few projects. And there's actually tests, and the tests actually work when you install this thing. So there's that. You don't have an excuse for not testing because I give you all the tests that are already set up, and you just have to kind of follow that example going forward.
They started
now
that way.
Crazy talk. Tests that work.
I'm not going there. I'm not going to claim that I have a way to make... No, that's... Me and... folks that watch me on stream here, they know that me and tests are like oil and water. You know? Oh, shoot. It's moving the whole thing for Richard now.
Yeah, I'm bonking. I tried to write a tweet, and Edge is telling me you've made a mistake.
What are you doing?
I'm running this from my Surface Book, and
no! Don't blame the Surface Book.
Yeah, I'm blaming my Surface Book. This Surface Book is from 2015, dude. Like, it doesn't owe me. It's taken a lot of rads.
Yeah.
You figure I fly 200,000 miles a year, so this thing's got 600,000-700,000 flying miles on it. So
yeah, it's been around the block.
How many cosmic rays that is?
Oh my gosh, yes.
And yeah, I usually don't keep machines for too long just because they get weird over time. They take a beating. Hanging around, being technology in my hands, not an easy life.
Oh my gosh. All right. Why is this all just navigating around here on its own?
Are you messing with it in OBS as we do this live?
Yeah, because it's resizing it and it's like, where are you going here?
Nice.
Right? So I'm trying to grab it and move it and it's not moving. It's like,
I've been blaming the fact that I'm in Canada. You're in Ohio, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not that far away.
there we go. Right.
Well, from Fritz or from you?
Fritz. Because
From me.
ultimately he's the streaming source.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's a little bit better. So,
My vertical striped shirt looks really psychedelic in.
Yeah, I know. I
Richard's
love your Moira effect there, man.
oh
out of here.
man. Oh, you're killing me here. Pin it in OBS. Yeah, so I had it pinned. It's just when the NDI feed, when it loses bandwidth, instead of it making it pixely, it resizes things. It's like, oh, thanks so much. I really appreciate you resizing things after I moved it appropriately. So there, that's a little bit better at least. Oh my gosh. All right, so when you look at how ASP.NET Core has started up and with the various templates that come with it, does it make sense to have templates that build out these various pieces to your solution? Or does it make sense to download a complete solution like this and start customizing it?
Well, in the clean architecture sample, somebody has actually gone to the work of creating a project template in Visual Studio. Now, the way they did that is through an extension. So there's a V6 that you can grab. So right under the give a star thing that says now available as a project template, that is a V6 that you can grab that Greg Trevelik was nice enough to set up.
Now,
that works off of this.
A V6, that's a Visual Studio extension.
That's right.
Okay.
So you normally, if you weren't finding it from this hyperlink, you would go into Visual Studio and go to the extensions menu and then do a search for clean architecture, and you should find it there as well.
Gotcha.
But once it's there, then it'll show up in your project templates, and you can just click on it, and it'll create the solution with all the different projects, which is pretty cool. One of the things I hate the most when I'm starting a new project is creating the solution and getting the projects and organizing them into the folders and getting them all the folders the way I want them. And it's never the way that Visual Studio does it. I don't know why, because I'm a masochist or they're idiots or some combination.
Yeah, I think this has got more to do with your OCD.
I think it is. I think it's more the former.
You like things in.
But I don't think I'm the only one. I think a lot of us as programmers have that, and it's not Visual Studio team's fault, right? I'm joking about them being idiots. It's that whatever way they pick is not going to be the way that's going to work for everybody, right? Sure. And they have to pick something. So
yes, I'll tell you a story about defaults.
Yeah.
Many years ago, when I actually did real work, and that was a while ago, I used to do talks on scaling websites because I've scaled a lot of websites over the years, and I was talking about IIS. And one of the default settings in IIS is that the worker process is restarted every 21 hours.
Yep.
A certain number of minutes. And I remember doing a talk at TechEd, which if you're going to do a talk at TechEd, you should be polite.
Yes.
And I said, by the way, here's the worker process. It restarts every 21 hours. I don't know why it's 21 hours. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So the guy who set that default was in the back of the room.
Uh-huh.
So after the talk was over, he sort of came out and says, hey, would you like to know why we set it at 21 hours? I'm like, yeah, I'd love to know why. He says, because then when you call tech support trying to figure out what's going on with your app and it fails 3 hours earlier each day, we know it's a worker process restart.
Oh, wow.
Because if you set it at 24 hours, there's many reasons why something might fail the same time every day. But there's only one reason why it might fail 3 hours earlier, day after day after day after day. So I came to appreciate that many of the defaults are set to minimize tech support costs, which means generally they're probably pretty good defaults in the sense that you're not likely, the best way to not have tech support is to not have problems.
Yeah.
Right? If you do have problems, make
that's
them
a different thing.
detectable problems.
Yes.
And so, but I think it goes straight to what you're saying there, Steve, which is you need to set up what's optimal for you, knowing that these defaults were optimal ultimately for the average, and that's not you ever.
70 to 80% of the population, this is good enough to get started. But to have, I'm going to try and open that template again. I'm for some reason not getting a response from Marketplace Visual Studio right now. But to write something that's a little bit more guided when you do need to step forward, you do need that more complex solution. That's where it's important, I think. You're right. You're right. So, what? Okay, you say you have tests in here, but me looking at this, I see source. Okay, so you have. Why do you put your tests in a separate folder from your source? Do you want them outside of the solution, or do you keep them in the solution?
They're in the solution, but I like to have the actual code be separated from the tests, and having this is another thing where it's just like an opinionated way of organizing the code. And I borrowed this from ASP.NET Core. So if you go look at any of the ASP.NET Core things, which we can do now because they're all on GitHub, it's awesome.
Yeah.
They use this structure. They use source for all of the actual ASP.NET Core source code, and then they have a test folder. And in their solution, it includes both of them. Usually it'll have a solution folder that you can expand that has them separated there. But it gives you a nice way to kind of visualize both in the source code on disk or in GitHub and in your solution which things are which. So it's something I've picked up, but it's something I picked up from Microsoft.
Okay. And then I also notice you put tests at the end of the project name. I always run into this weird problem of where do I put the word tests in the name of my project, because I'll inevitably end up confusing things with namespaces because they're so similar, you know?
Sure. I do run into that sometimes, and generally I do have it as a suffix. I've never really thought about it too hard about putting testing at the beginning of it.
Then all your test stuff would sort together.
Sure. But the folder thing does that for me as well. So
you would hope
that hasn't been a problem.
Yeah.
Now, Jeff, one thing that I noticed you don't seem to have installed, and which browser are you using?
I'm using Firefox.
I think there's an extension for Firefox, but there is this awesome extension. I know it's for Chrome. I think it's for Firefox, called Octotree.
Yes, I have seen that in the past.
It gives you this Solution Explorer style tree view for GitHub.
Let's see if I can find it real quick. Octotree. That's not how you spell it. Of course it's not. Oh, but it found it anyway. Look at that. Add to Firefox.
That's the one.
Make the thing happen. It has been added.
I'm grabbing this too. This is good.
Yeah.
So I've seen this before. There it is.
I just had to show this to like 3 different people in my stream an hour ago because people kept asking me like, how are you doing that in GitHub? And so, yeah, with this in place, you'd be able to navigate around this solution much easier without having to actually clone it and look at it on Visual Studio.
And it drags open. Yeah.
Oh, you know, the other thing that's really hard to do in GitHub sometimes is like read a really long file name.
Yes.
Or project name. This lets you just drag it around and you can see the whole thing. It's beautiful. GitHub should just buy this thing and have
make
it part of.
Yeah, my instinct was that it was probably a GitHub project, but no, apparently not.
No, it's this one guy. It's awesome.
Stelzy says he installed it already. Yeah, I agree. And I love how it what is it giving you the ability to open these files directly?
Yeah, just single click on them and it opens them. So
it's
way easier to navigate. Yeah.
Yeah, and the context appropriate icons for these CS projects and SLN files that are Visual Studio files with the Visual Studio icon. Okay. All right, I learned something new today, Richard. I can go home.
Thing.
I'm done. Thanks so much.
Oh, dude, this is wicked. Yeah.
And it makes looking at
you.
pull requests so much easier. Do you mind if we take a look at a pull request?
Yeah, I've got a couple sitting out there, it looks like. So let's you can look at one.
Convert domain events to async. Oh, man. Wait a sec. I struggle with this on my stream when I need to do code reviews. I go into the files changed, and I'm like, all right. Yeah, okay. But holy crow. Okay, to be able to jump right into a file, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even done that before. That's pretty awesome. Thanks, Hugo Doll.
And be able to see going back and forth.
Like,
yeah,
you got this from my PR, but I didn't even know about, or from my stream, but I didn't even know about the PR view. That's pretty awesome.
I got to throw it to Doll out there. I'm keeping this thing installed, and it's getting on all my machines now. Yeah. Do we have a link? Can we share a link to that?
Yeah. The if down at the bottom of the Octotree,
yeah,
there's a link to the GitHub repo, and you can get to all the things from there.
There it is. I'm going to share that in chat so that folks can grab that. Oh my gosh, thank you very much.
Not that I'm disagreeing with you there, Jeff, but why are you going to Firefox?
So I'm a Firefox person because I didn't want to get Chrome where everything is Google specific and it's all locked in with Google tools and Google this, and I didn't want that where I was very much tied to one vendor for everything.
Right.
And I didn't want to use Edge because you have the same problem with Microsoft stuff. I'm tied into Microsoft this, Microsoft that. So I wanted to be able to reach out, have good performance. So that ruled out Opera right away, and Safari, and be
You said
able
that out loud.
to.
You didn't say that out loud.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about. But I wanted to be able to have that neutral experience that's kind of growing organically across the web and being open source, which I think is tremendous for browsers.
I'm excited about this energy towards a decentralized web, to getting a little more out of these walled garden effects, whether we recognize we're in them or not. So I'm not. That's why I asked you. Like, what's motivating you for Firefox?
Yeah.
Like,
So,
hey, remember the Mozilla Foundation? Yeah.
Exactly. So, Steve, what browser are you using now?
Mostly Chrome.
Mostly
Occasionally,
Chrome.
I'm using Edge. I haven't used Firefox in a couple of years.
And yeah, you're going to be using Edge because it's going to be Chrome too.
Yeah. Well, sort of.
Sort of?
Yeah. It's going to be the Chromium rendering engine.
Okay.
Right. I mean, I think that's an important distinction. Okay, the Chrome, because then it's like, if it's just going to be Chrome, then why are they making it at all? Just make Chrome. It's like, how is Microsoft going to differentiate Edge using the Chromium rendering engine? And I look at browsers like Brave, who also uses the Chromium rendering engine. It's like, well, maybe they could go down that path of give me some control over my digital exhaust.
Okay.
Right? Like, I would love to have an analysis at the end of any given browsing session of just what data did I spew where over the course of a browsing session. Well, and then perhaps give me some intelligence around controlling that.
And some of that data, Steve, doesn't ASP.NET Core now allow you to control how much data as an application you're receiving and have to juggle with GDPR and some of that stuff?
They have added some features to that. Yeah, there's certainly they've got the ability for you to specify how you're going to deal with cookies, and that's been the main thing that they've added in recent updates. I'm not sure what's coming in 3.0, but the cookies thing is it built into all the templates now.
The cookies, the privacy policy, yeah, it's the handling of user information is I think it sets you on the right step for abiding by some of these policies that, like it or not, whether you're in Europe or not, you have to follow as soon as a European person steps into your website.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and I wonder if we aren't on the path to that, to this overall movement towards the legality around privacy. Said the Canadian.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm sure Facebook's going to just roll over and let that be a thing.
That's interesting, isn't it? Well, and one of the points I made on Windows Weekly the other day was exactly that. It's like, we know how Microsoft makes money, and it's not off of advertising revenue. It is from selling cloud.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So
but Google and Facebook need to sell you.
Yeah. You are the product.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So let's make sure that we control what we're sharing with those folks.
Just start with some awareness. That's what bothers me, is that we're basically blind to what's going on, what's being sent.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Blind to what's being sent is crystal clear. That it's the problem here. I'm looking at this website. I know GitHub is interacting back and forth. I know I can hit F12 and I can look at the network, and I know there's things going back and forth here because it'll refresh and show me when there's a pull request, when something's been pushed and this has been updated, but I can't see it here. I can't see the WebSocket that it's communicating on. There's something.
And I'm not the least bit concerned. If GitHub is in your URL, in your address bar there, and you've got messages going back forth with GitHub, I don't have a problem with that. It's the cross-site stuff that bothers me.
Okay.
Right. It's the Google Analytics push. Right. It's all that XSS stuff. Like, we don't know where else data went.
Right. So some of that live. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
when you've got ads on the page, and then you're looking at some product, and then for the next day or week, everywhere you go, you're seeing someone say, "Hey, do you still want that product?" Like that kind of thing is where they just follow you around. That gets annoying and a little bit creepy. It's like, how do you know on this site that I was looking at that product on that site?
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome to cross site.
The Amazon advertisements that suddenly appear in the middle of Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. But that type of rich interaction being pushed down to me in the browser. In ASP.NET, we do that with SignalR. Is SignalR part of your workshop, Steve?
Not currently, although it might be by the time June rolls around. I haven't added it, mostly because we've got a full plate with all the other things I'm covering.
Well, SignalR is still in transition for .NET Core too, right? Like the full SignalR is still full framework version. There's a SignalR Azure version that works better with Core. Like I've got my eye on that and bothering Damien about it because when it is fully Core, I think it'll make a great .NET Rocks, and it might even make a great session at the show. I think that's certainly something that I'm paying close attention to.
The SignalR.
Yeah.
So actually, our friend Brady Gaster, who is the program manager for SignalR on ASP.NET Core, will be joining us at the show.
Excellent.
And he's got an amazing set of demos that he's been building over the last few months, showing off the new features of SignalR Core.
Yeah,
so
part of the spring show then.
Part of the spring show. Make sure you check out Steve's workshop, learn all the get the groundwork, and then you can go see Brady and be able to layer on all those live interactions that you would expect.
Hey Steve, do you? I've always thought your workshop was cool because you on one hand you got the technology side of dealing with ASP.NET Core and so forth, and on the other side you have this set of principles around DDD and clean architecture.
Right.
How much ASP.NET Core do I need to know going in?
If you know ASP.NET, then you're good.
Yeah.
Like I will spend about an hour in the start of this workshop kind of showing you what's different between ASP.NET and ASP.NET Core, mostly around startup and middleware. And like how your application runs. Mm-hmm. But after that, if you know how controllers and views and things like that work, and you're generally comfortable building MVC5 or Web API 2 apps and working with Entity Framework 6 even, if you haven't touched Core, before you show up to the workshop, you'll be fine.
Okay, great.
It is not a 2-day immersive go deep on ASP.NET Core workshop, but you'll be perfectly fine because the labs walk you through everything. I've got step-by-step labs. There's like 6 labs that you do. They're hands-on. Each one's about 45 minutes. And if you get lost or stuck or whatever, and you don't complete one of them, I have a Git command that you just run this Git command, and it brings you up to where you would be ready for the next lab.
Nice.
So it's
the answers are at the back of the book.
It's pretty polished. Yeah.
And I do know, Jeff, you're going to do the ASP.NET Core post-con. So folks do want to go deeper into ASP.NET Core.
Yeah, right. And we're gonna go after some of the default template stuff. We're gonna talk a bit about .NET Standard. We're not gonna get into a prescriptive solutions, but we're gonna really look at here's the simple things that it comes with, and then dig into how those pieces fit together by default out of the box. So
awesome. It's
not bad, but we are also running a little bit about Blazor during the event.
Well, there is that too. I just dropped a new show from NDC London. We've got Steve Sanderson and Dan Roth together, and said, okay, where are we at with Blazor now? Because it's come a long way from that crazy demo that Steve did a year and a half ago at NDC Oslo.
So
that's the most stressed out I've ever seen David Fowler in my life. I thought his head was going to explode.
So to make sure that everybody's up to speed, Blazor is that technology that it doesn't come with it. It's experimental that ASP.NET Core has that will allow folks to compile a website, Razor components, those templates with C# into WebAssembly so it runs natively in the browser, similar to JavaScript.
Yeah.
So
and that's the show. The show we just did was talking about that Razor components, like these pieces of Blazor concepts now appearing as part of ASP.NET Core 3.
Yep. So, yeah, thank you for dropping the coupon code there in the chat room, Steve.
He's always working.
Well, I wanted to
They
ask.
asked.
Yeah,
Yep.
but are you seeing any activity, any of your customers that are looking for help with Blazor, any advice, or has it come into play where Blazor might be a good solution for someone?
I have other like folks that are like us that are looking at Blazor and trying to build things with Blazor. But as far as like actual enterprise customers, mostly who I work with, I haven't talked to anyone that's like looking to build something with it yet. It's still probably a little bit early.
They're are they poking around? Are they asking
Yeah,
questions?
yeah. There's people playing with it, but no one's. They're wondering how it works. They're not wondering how they can use it in their production apps just yet.
And is there an argument in favor?
Of Blazor?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there should be, or else Microsoft wouldn't be spending resources on it, right? But if you can build all this stuff in C# and not have to do any of it in JavaScript, that can be compelling. If you have no need for mapping, like right now, there's a ton of mapping, as we all know, that has to take place between our APIs and our web client. Whereas one of the things that I thought was great about Blazor and in the demos that I've seen of it is that you can use literally the same types on the server and the client, not do any mapping at all, and just work directly from those types. And that saves you a lot of just plumbing work of doing all this mapping logic between JSON over the wire to DTOs to entities to whatever in your application.
So is that something where you might in your clean architecture template, you might eventually break out those entities into a separate project so that you could share it with a Blazor front end?
Yeah, definitely. The other thing that I think is exciting for Blazor is, back in, I don't know, say the aughts, right? The first decade of this century, there was a great marketplace and a ton of value added for .NET developers in the form of components. And so with web forms, we had all kinds of component vendors out there giving us charts and grids and reports and other tooling. And when we shifted to MVC, which didn't really have a designer, and we further shifted to everything is JavaScript, which didn't have, the licensing capability that those DLLs had on the server, a lot of that component market dried up. And I don't think that's a good thing, right? So with Blazor, now the Dev Expresses and the Telerics and Infragistics of the world can once more develop these components, license them, sell them to people to host on the server, and still have it display in the client on the web.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting view. I mean, Telerik always did well with the Kendo UI thing, but I think that was selling to their existing market more than it necessarily was bringing existing web people to the component space. But yeah, I agree with you that Blazor sort of reintroduces this idea. If I can have a unified language and we're back to pixel control on the browser, I think, if we go all the way down to components in a lot of respects.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
With IP protection on the server.
Yeah. I wonder how big of a part that is in this equation. But I am firmly on the side and getting flack for it of this. Boy, if I was an enterprise architect, you would have a hard time convincing me to install software on a desktop ever again. Between progressive web apps and WebAssembly, the browser is all I need. That's the only privileges I need to put onto that machine. Let that browser run, and I should be able to do whatever I need to do.
Oh yeah.
Now, you can almost think of Blazor as like, the next iteration of Silverlight, where Silverlight was, I want .NET on the browser.
He said the S word.
And now look at this, we're getting .NET in the browser. The thing that killed that was the iPhone and iOS and the other vendors.
Well, Steve Jobs
WebAssembly
thoughts about Flash, right?
Sure. Is WebAssembly going to face any hurdles on mobile? Do we know? Is there any reason why it shouldn't just work on Safari everywhere?
So
I mean, it does today. I'm wondering, like, is someone going to blindside WebAssembly at some point?
So
I don't know how you do that.
I see there's two things, right, that are happening in the browsers that we need to be concerned about, right? WebAssembly is its own thing, and it's part of the HTML5 standard, and all the browsers have implemented it. And
Right.
Apple kicking and screaming, but yes.
And thanks to Spectre and Meltdown, everybody had to upgrade their browsers, so even grandma has WebAssembly running in her browser, right?
Good point.
So that's coming. It's already there, but we now see folks, particularly Mozilla has done it, Google Chrome has really done this, where videos don't play and animations don't play by default in the browser, right? So That's the start of this kick where, all right, we're not going to activate all the features in the browser immediately. What happens when somebody kicks in something that says, you know what, all that stuff that you have running on document on Ready, we're not going to kick that off right away.
Right. We're going to give the customer a little more control.
Yeah. Well, the thing that made me think about Silverlight was, Richard, your comment about why would I ever build a desktop app when I've got WebAssembly and I've got progressive web apps? Mm-hmm. Well, replace desktop app with mobile app, right? It's the exact same question.
Yeah, no, totally. And because let's face it, app stores suck, right? Like it's a terrible way.
Unless you're Apple.
Yeah, you know what? A million apps in your app store is a disaster. Like, aka you can't find a thing.
You can't find a thing. There's no way for you to do SEO on the App Store because you don't control it.
No, it's a walled garden.
And I can't tell someone, oh, go find this on the web and click Install Now button.
Yeah.
Right. Or just, here's a URL. Let me email you this URL.
Yeah.
Right. And the delay in pipeline when you need to fix things. Like, we made a mistake on .NET Rocks of making mobile apps and we quickly got an education in the moment, Apple updates is the first time you as a developer get a chance to actually recompile your app with the new bits. And then it's a week. And in that intervening week, you're broken.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a long time.
Yeah. It's too much. And it's just like, it's not worth it. It's not worth the pain. Give me a PWA any day of the week.
Oh.
Give me control over my update pipeline.
Somewhere, Chris, oh my gosh, Chris Love is pumping his fist.
Oh, yeah. No.
Loving the PWA talk.
He's a believer. But, if we're going to talk the S word, we have to talk XAML in this equation, too. Because right now, Blazor's rendering is still all HTML.
You're talking crazy here, Richard. Come on now. Come on back to me.
So we're back to the S word. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Well, if we're going to go back to the S word, because that's what we've been dancing around here, looking at this. Look. It's like, let's talk about XAML in the browser.
But why do I need XAML in the browser? I've already got angle brackets in the browser, and it's called HTML. Why am I going to do... You're going to drive me crazy here.
Because CSS is a joy? Is that what you're going to say, Fritz? Like, really? That makes you happy?
Honestly, I can deal with CSS with the browser tools we have now and the dev tools way better than a XAML app where I have no insight into what the heck it's doing.
Yeah. That's very fair. If we could actually have a XAML designer that worked.
See that? See? Coming back to tools, right? I mean, there's definitely something to be said for having the right tools for the right time, for the right job. And the more that we can get things into that central tool set, that standardized tool set that is able, the web's been around for 20 years, 25 years, that is able to do these things. Why do I need XAML?
Well, no one ever said it did it well. It's just that it did it.
I'm gonna. Can somebody clip that so we can play it back for Billy Hollis when we have him on?
I think he might. Is he talking about XAML or web? I think he might be talking about web.
I don't know.
Web. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, ever since I went down this history path, I've been asked to do more and more. So I started putting together a history of web development, which I've done a couple of versions of now.
Okay.
Man. You go back. You know what? I was looking at Dreamweaver. Because how do you talk about web development in the past? You remember it as a good tool, my friend. And you should never adulterate that memory. I've learned to equate it with things like Space 1999. Remember that BBC TV series Space 1999?
No.
Where they were storing nuclear waste on the moon, and then it was an explosion that threw the moon out of orbit. It is terrible. It's awful. But my memories of it are wonderful.
You know what I remember comparing it to? Front Page.
Yeah, see, when you see
how nice it is compared to Front Page?
Yeah, exactly.
It's amazing.
You're killing me here, man.
On to those positive memories of Dreamweaver. Okay, here's a better example because nobody knows what Space 99. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay.
Your childhood memories of Kentucky Fried Chicken make that product good. He'll have some today. You will be ruining a childhood memory.
And a lot more. So a couple pairs of pants as well.
I wasn't going to get into the details. You didn't have to have the coleslaw. That's on you.
Okay. Quite literally on me.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
but when we talk about all these different frameworks, and we look at and you speak about the history of web frameworks and development of the web, ASP.NET Core is in a really nice place performance-wise here, isn't it?
Oh, certainly.
Oh,
That's
crazy.
One of the reasons why they redid it was because they needed that performance. I tell people when we talk about core, and one of the core goals for core was performance and memory footprint, and they wanted to be serious about it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, a lot of customers didn't have a problem with ASP.NET performance, but you know who really wanted ASP.NET to run faster and smoother and with less memory? Azure.
Yeah.
So regardless of whether any customers were asking for it, Microsoft really needed ASP.NET Core to be faster and leaner, and that's why it is the way it is now.
The density that they can pack, right, web servers onto the same host because they can get more performance out of it now, and it's smaller. That's impressive now.
Yeah. So it's impressive. They've done a great job with it. I would not go back.
Yeah.
And I've been an ASP.NET developer for forever, so I've liked every version, but this is the best one.
Well,
Yeah.
and when you look at those Tech Empower benchmarks for .NET Core, they're running the Linux version for those top numbers. Right? Like, it's not the all-up Windows stack that gets them their fastest versions. They get great performance out of it,
Mm-hmm.
but when you talk about I'm just looking at the current stats. They're coming in 6th right now, and it's Kestrel on Linux, Postgres on Linux, raw database connectivity, ASP.NET Core.
Yeah, let's go there.
That's the fastest one.
So right there, let me go to plain text. There we go. And there's ASP.NET Core, Kestrel on Linux. And this is the October 2018. Yeah. 7 million requests a second. That's insane.
Yeah. But and that first one too is this. I'm not going to say the fake demo, but it is. These are, you can always get it stunningly fast numbers, but this is the nature of everybody's agreed to do these tests this way, and they're getting unbelievable results. I hope this just informs you in the level of, don't worry, it can run your website. You're going to be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not slow.
No, but that plain text benchmark, that really is just the raw performance of the web server. As soon as you start writing code, it's slower.
Yeah.
Of course.
And any real thinking going on.
Yeah.
But it's cool how many variations they've tried here, so that you can find the stack that makes you happy. I'm just wondering if a non-Linux version of ASP Core even shows up on this list yet.
I'm going to scroll here. So this column right here, AOS, this is the operating system that it's running on. LIN is Linux, and I'm just scrolling through here, and I don't see anything that isn't Linux.
Yeah.
And I'm almost down to 100.
No, I got down to 330, and it's still all Linux. So
Yeah.
it gives you a hint.
And I mean, they've got both machines in the cloud and doing physical machines, and they're testing back and forth between them, and it's great to see this. And being cross-platform now means that ASP.NET Core gets to play in the same sandbox.
Sure.
Yep.
So
a couple of Mono implementations in this list too, so they've gotten good numbers out of Mono.
I always heard from Miguel that Mono was designed to be a desktop runtime and not a server runtime.
Yeah, I think the only reason he used to say that, because I had a server implementation of Mono in the form of Strange Loop, right, our appliance.
Okay.
And the issue was garbage collector.
Right.
Was that under these extreme loads, the old Mono, well, guess what happened when ASP.NET Core came out? Like I think that was his first tweet was, I'm getting a good look at this garbage collector. The garbage collector in Mono these days, pretty good. I don't think it has that same problem anymore.
Yeah.
Garbage collection is one of those subtle, really hard problems to do well at extreme scale. And in the book that someday I'll finish, hopefully this year, I will explain exactly why the .NET garbage collector got as good as it got. I've got those stories. I've talked to the folks who did it back in like 2003 and 2004.
Yeah. Smab's pointing out that they're maxing out the network hardware at this point. Yeah.
Yep.
The
It's
top
pretty awesome
10
when you think about that.
at 7 million requests a second. Yeah, they've saturated a 10 gigabit Ethernet switch.
Wow.
Okay, that's impressive.
Don't worry. It can run your blog. It's going to be okay.
And wasn't there have you worked at all, Steve, with the Peach Pie project? Have you seen this?
No, I don't think so.
So
Is it a performance tuning thing like Pet Shop used to be, or what?
Peach Pie is an interpreter for PHP that runs on top of Roslyn and will take your PHP application and allow it to run on Kestrel. And
All right.
and our friend Ben Adams, who contributes some of the performance gains to the Kestrel web server, put in some performance tuning to Peach Pie, and it's now how much faster running WordPress on top of .NET than in native PHP. It's like
I just like that you even said that out loud. Like, what, you did what?
So I can move my blog to Kestrel now, is what you're telling me.
yes,
I'm on WordPress.
and I've actually started doing that on my stream here on Twitch, and it's something that I got about 3/4 of the way through, and then I got into database configuration for PHP and went,
Welcome.
You need to find some PHP people to come help you with that.
I do. But once I get that nailed down, absolutely, I would love to be able to say that my blog is running WordPress on .NET.
Right, WordPress on .NET. Yeah, but it's still Linux.
But it so what?
Yeah, no,
At that
I'm
point,
totally with
right?
you.
Put it in a
that's-
container and call it a day.
We did a show on we've done a couple of Peach Pie shows. We did one of the early ones with Thomas Petrusek, and then we had a later one when they were switching over to Core.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would do a conference session on it. It's kind of a specialized area. I'll defer to the audience on this one. If is there a reason to do a Peach Pie session at DEVintersection? It's
Yeah,
really
what-
an interesting thought.
We've done Peach Pie sessions each of the last 2 years as part of .NET Conf.
Oh, interesting, right? It's a
Because
stream.
they evolve things and to have that nice community session that says, look, we've taken what Microsoft has built and we've extended it in this direction to support a whole additional community. That's impressive. That's something
It's a
that
great story. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's important to see those kinds of implementations done.
it is. So
And poor PHP. PHP is what would have happened if ASP kept going.
yes,
Right,
classic
without,
ASP.
without any .NET, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. 2016, I did that show with Benjamin Feinstein and Jakub Misek. There.
Yeah.
Well, these are great validations of these different pieces, and just that this is how mature these technologies have got now, that we can pull this stuff off, and that it's not just a toy.
But it also calls back to something that, Steve, you said earlier. Because these frameworks are open source, we're able to see folks innovate and add new things onto it, whether it's building a new series of templates that are going to make your development easier, or being able to bring something else to run on top of that compiler. Having that open source insight to go to GitHub and find this content is pretty powerful.
Yeah. No, I think Microsoft has done an excellent job in the last, let's say, 5 years of moving toward open source and then like leading the way in open source now. And then their acquisition of GitHub, man, Facebook, Google, Apple, they must all be just kicking themselves for not having managed to do that, because GitHub is the place to be for software development. And all of the .NET stuff is there, plus all the JavaScript stuff is there, and JavaScript is just eating the world right now for development across all
Absolutely.
platforms. So
Apparently, Google was in the bidding for GitHub.
yeah,
Apparently,
that's what I've heard.
it was between Microsoft, Google, and Tencent, the Chinese company.
Really? So you'd be able to
Yeah.
play League of Legends on GitHub?
Ooh. But it's also a question of where is GitHub safest too. Like, I think after the initial shock sort of wore off, this sort of view, especially when Microsoft said, "Hey, it's just going to be a wholly owned subsidiary," they
Right.
don't even have blue badges and stuff. Folks are like, "Hey, at least we know GitHub is never going away now."
And the amount of love that Microsoft got to appear the warm and fuzzy Microsoft just by saying you now have unlimited private repositories. Suddenly,
Right.
all the folks that were doubting Microsoft and the intention of acquiring GitHub became, oh,
Right. It's like, oh, it's going to be horrible because, oh, no, we get free unlimited repo. Wait a minute.
To me,
yeah.
actually the most important piece in that is the Electron bit, because
Yes.
I think Electron, as much as I just said, why would I ever do anything other than the browser ever again? The most important thing I would have is I want the Windows team to sit down with Electron and figure out how to make Electron run better on Windows. I mean, think about how much memory could be saved if they could get a few optimizations in and just make that a little bit more efficient. Like, the only thing that competes for resources on my machine past Chrome and all of its instances is flipping Slack,
Which is,
Right.
which is an Electron app.
Which
and
is-
so is Teams, right?
but Slack is an Electron app, and it's sitting next to all your Chrome apps, next to Chrome tabs. But Electron
Yes.
is itself Chrome.
yeah, it's on
Yep.
runtime as
Yep.
well. So
Hmm.
yeah, and I would hope that the Windows team in the past, and I think they probably still do this today, is if there's a popular application that's badly behaved on Windows, like they'll reach out to that company and say, hey, let us help you. You've got to do better on Windows. And so I think there's a two-order thing here of making contributions to the Electron repository itself to optimize more for the platforms that it's running on, and then to go to folks that have big, important, successful Electron apps and say, here are the techniques that will make it run more efficiently.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Just having somebody come out to you and say, we're going to make your app run better, whether it's a consultant or it's Microsoft. You better wake up and listen.
Yeah, well, especially when it surfaces up to that level, right? When Microsoft calls and goes, hey, we kind of like your piece of software. It could be better. Let us help you. That's not a bad day. Like, A, you've obviously made a dent in the universe that they've noticed you.
Yes.
And B, it's like, those are serious resources. So I don't know that it's happening. I'm speculation on my part, but I mean, I have strong historical references for this behavior, and looking at where Electron sits and how important it's become in the marketplace, I would like to see that all those things happen there.
And Hugo in the chat room is actually putting two and two together here and saying not only does Microsoft have Electron and Visual Studio Code and these other things that run on top of that Chromium browser, but now also Edge.
Yes. Well, the big thing there is saying that the folks that used to be working on Trident on the old Edge rendering engine are now going to be contributing to Chromium.
Yeah. Which then ends up contributing to Electron.
Yeah, and all those other pieces. So the best minds in the rendering engine world between Google and Microsoft, both pouring their efforts into the same engine. And that's also two teams that are used to working together. Those are the folks that have helped drive ECMA forward, and helping develop the more advanced versions of JavaScript and HTML5. Like, this feels good. Like, it makes me nervous. I don't like monocultures, but at the same time, it's like there's a lot of power in those minds working together and doing it in the open.
Right? Yes.
Right? Being on GitHub, where not that we're all studying every repository that's going on, but there are enough people watching that they tend to be well behaved and polite with each other because it's in public. So
let me tell you a little. I'll share a little story here. One of the things that, and Steve, you've probably seen this, as .NET and ASP.NET Core, .NET Core and ASP.NET Core were starting to grow, and the 1.0 versions were coming out. We had people watching the GitHub repositories, and you have the watch button on GitHub, and they're clicking that, and they're getting information about every pull request that's accepted, every issue that's opened, and you then have people that know, because they're just reading their email, here's what's happening. There are people out there that were doing that with Chromium over the past 6 months. And before Microsoft announced that Edge was going to adopt the Chromium engine, they're suddenly seeing this flood of pull requests coming in from Microsoft folks. And they started going out onto Twitter and the like and saying, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah.
At the same time as that's happening, I got a call from some of our friends on the Edge team, and they're saying, don't tell anybody, but we're working on Chromium. And I said, Have you looked at what the people are saying at your GitHub repository?
Ooh,
They
how secretive
know.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just paying attention. Well, I mean, let's face it, all of these div groups that are working in GitHub now, there's no secrets about the new versions. You watch them build it. You watch the experiments.
Yes.
Right.
And Hugo has a really good idea here that I think makes some sense. Hugo in the chat room says, I think I'd feel better if Chromium were a private co-funded organization.
Because it's not a business per se. Microsoft and Google are both contributing people to it. I mean, one of the concerns you have right now is anybody with admin rights on that project is a Google employee.
Right.
Which, I mean, that used to be true of Kubernetes too. And then Brendan Burns went to Microsoft. And they didn't kick him off the project, which I find very interesting. I mean, nor should they. Like, that would be rude. And again, we're sort of in public here. I just have to wonder if at some point we wouldn't either see a Microsoft person move to that level, or if we don't see a little cross-pollination. Like, there's only, if you love building rendering engines, how many places do you get to work?
Sure.
Right.
There's 4, 5 in the world? Really? Like, that's what I find, we know, we're all developers here, that you're not cogs in a machine. You can't just be plugged into a project. I mean, theoretically it could be, but if your talent, if your love is rendering engines, there's only a few places to work. If your love is compilers, there's only a few places to work. And really, my experience with folks that are brilliant at that is when that project wraps up, they go look for another project in that space. They don't. They're loyal to their skill space.
Yeah, they don't go start writing an insurance forms application.
Absolutely right. I mean, that's the reality, right? These are specialists. They're great specialists. Yes. They're rare specialists.
They're amazing at what they do.
Yeah, and they want to work on that, and you want them to work on it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I mean, I'm trying to be optimistic about the Chromium thing, while at the same time always chilled by monocultures. But
sure.
Maybe it's just plumbing now. Maybe there should be one, and everybody should work on it. It should be done in public, and so it can be right. So this is a new state in the development history, I think.
Well, so if just to, and we're wrapping up here with Steve in the next few minutes, but just to pull that string a little bit, Richard, we have an HTML5 standard. We have a little bit of a JavaScript ECMA standard.
Yes.
If we had those standards and a reference implementation of those standards called Chromium, you're welcome to take that and go implement whatever you'd like extended in those directions. Sure. But this is the standard. This is the minimum that everybody must support.
And I'm concerned that your order there, because when you really look at what went on with both HTML5 and JavaScript, the folks building the reference platforms built them first, saw how the field used them, and brought that back to the specification bodies to help write the specifications. And I'm not going to say that is a bad thing either, because it's sort of field tested code then, right? I'm more concerned with someone who tries to envision a perfect model and then make people implement it, right? That's how we get stuff like XHTML.
But Steve, would you call that test first? Huh? Testing first? Write your test first? You've got proof from the community. No.
Yeah, but the community doesn't always know what it wants, right? So, like the whole forwarded asked what people wanted, faster horses thing. So
which apparently is apocryphal, but it's a great
quote. Yeah. And I think it gets the point across.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go order me a buggy whip while you're going on there. Hang on.
Nice.
The thing about open source for this stuff with the monoculture, though, is I think it counteracts it to some extent, right? Because any startup can come along and grab Chromium or whatever the monoculture thing that everybody agrees they're going to work on. They can fork it and create whatever cool new thing they want with the features they need, and then put that out in the market and see how it goes, right? They don't have to invent it from scratch.
Well, and see brave, right? Like, I mean, we are seeing that. And I'm wondering if this is how we manage a monoculture, is by doing it in public and allowing all the assets to be available to anyone, and that people can vote with their feet, right? You're not actually locked in. I hope it's true. I like this state of being, but I am watching it closely for exactly those reasons.
So there's the Brave browser. This is brave.com. And there it is. You are not a product, they say.
Yeah.
Why use a browser that treats you like one? And I use that DuckDuckGo search engine for similar reasons.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, these are the counters to this issue. And but I think the vast majority of folks, this is very much digerati tools. Unless you're in this industry and you're deeply focused on this, you just don't understand this. And
you don't
you're
care.
not going to tolerate
you
a
got
lot of
things
pain.
to worry about.
Yeah.
yeah.
And well, you know, security is one of those things where you care about it for a few seconds, right? It's like, oh, I should be doing this. You take Brave out first, you install it, you take it out for a spin, and the first page doesn't behave the way you expect to, you switch back to Chrome.
Yes. Ugh.
And that's if you even try it at all, right? Most
Yeah.
people, it's I'm going to use the default browser on my device, whatever that is. If
That's
it
why
loads web pages,
IE6 lasted as long as it did, right?
Yep.
Default browser on XP.
One might say that
the
those
way to update.
yeah.
Sorry.
One might say that those adventurous folks that would try out this browser are in fact brave.
Ah, save me. Really, it's gonna be a pun week. They're good. I gotta put up with you for how many more hours?
Shame.
And gonna
Sorry.
do that? Yeah. No, you keep playing the shame. Shame is good. You can do the shame. I need a shame button for you now.
I see how this works. You don't have access to my Stream Deck, sir. I have all the buttons. I tell you, Steve. Cool. All right. Well, that's the hour that we had scheduled with Steve. Steve, do you have anything else you want to share? You want to plug while we're here? You don't happen to have a Twitch channel, do you?
I have a Twitch channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our Dallas.
He rated to us.
I know.
Thank you very
That's
much
right.
for that, friend.
I brought you people.
You did.
But you bring me people regularly. I appreciate it. So, yeah. So I'm streaming on Fridays, usually 12 to 2 Eastern time on our Dallas /Twitch. All the stuff goes to my YouTube channel, so you can check it out there. Find me at ourdallas.com. Follow me on Twitter at ourdallas. People ask me, where did our Dallas come from? Well, with a name like Steve Smith, it's really hard to find a username that's got any commonality between these different networks. Whereas our Dallas, I'm usually the one that owns that one, so it works for me.
Nice.
It's unique. And folks in the chat room are talking about building secret backdoors into my Stream Deck. No, you're not getting that from me. I'm sorry. No. Oh my gosh.
I love it.
So, this has been great. Thanks so much, Steve. We appreciate you joining us.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll see you at Orlando, if not before. I won't make it to the MVP Summit, unfortunately, but I will definitely be there for DEVintersection. So
Cool.
Looking forward to it.
All righty. Well, take care, and we will catch you later.
Cool. Thanks, guys. See you,
man.
All righty. And that... Where is it? I'm trying to pull...
Oh,
It's still
wait.
visible. How's it
What's
still
the-
visible?
I'm
There it is.
still here.
Ah,
dump
there
it.
you go.
No.
Yeah, that's right. There he
There
goes.
I took him out.
Oh my gosh.
I brought him in. I'll take him out.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So a lot there around all the web technologies, right? I mean, gosh, it's great to have that practical knowledge from Steve. He's seen the way things are built, and let's pull them together in a way that makes a little bit more sense for better standards when you're building a big enterprise-grade application.
Absolutely. And I really love how our conversation went, that we got the chance to sort of dive into the broader aspects of our web community and the evolution of all these things that are going on. Like, it's a moving space.
Yeah.
I hope we can keep talking like that. And I think it's a big part about being at a conference for me, certainly somebody who's been involved in conferences a long time, is we spend most of our year doing our work, sort of managing our careers. That 1 week a year that you can go to an event is a chance to sort of lead your career, to sort of think about, what do I need to know next? Where am I going? It's the difference between hacking your way through the jungle and climbing up the top of the trees to make sure you're going in the right direction.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that when folks have that 1 week to come to a show like ours and can sit down and think, like, I might take a sample of all the things that are going on and think, is this a place I want to go? Is this, can I take this back to work and it's going to help you folks? Am I working on the things that are important to me?
Yeah. Look, sounds like Michelle is ready to go if we want to add her in. Do you want to add her from your side?
I can do that. I'm pretty sure I know how to do that. I managed to pull it off once. Maybe I can pull it off again. Let's see what
It's
happens.
like we planned this. It's like we rehearsed yesterday.
And yet so spontaneous.
Yet so spontaneous. It's amazing. And
60% of the time, it works every time.
it does. Roughly.
Hello.
Hey, there's
Hello.
Michelle.
Hi.
All right. Now I think you're going to need earbuds because we have a big old echo.
We didn't have echo yesterday.
Yeah. Today we do.
All right, let's get Michelle. There we go. I'm waiting for the camera to come through because I got a big old Skype logo right now.
Right.
Okay. Do we have an issue with audio today?
No. Well, I just heard myself echo back in your room.
Yeah, I think it cleared up.
Now it's gone away. Okay, then Skype is deleting it automatically. How clever.
Clever. We like it when it works.
Yeah. Well, always an adventure.
Yep, and we need your camera.
Okay. Did I not answer with camera? Dude. Let me check. Hang on. We can do this.
Yeah.
There you go.
Camera.
All right.
Ta-da.
Sweet.
Oh, and your light's so good.
Look at that. There's
You know
Michelle.
what? I told you I opened up the windows, you know.
Yeah.
We got some natural light coming in.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
There
I
you
love
are.
that poster behind you too. That's you, right?
That's from 2004. Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you remember the RD thing?
Yeah. You got the guitar.
I told you, I moved into this house
Mhm.
and I haven't painted the walls yet because I can't decide a color because I don't really know how. So I said, what can I put on the walls that I don't care right now with tacks? And I found these posters from like
Love it.
RD stuff. So it was fun.
Let's go, Annie.
Nobody can complain until we paint. And then when we paint, I'll have to find real pictures
Right.
or frames.
You should frame that thing. That thing's great.
I think I might frame it. It's a
long
good
time
idea.
ago. Very funny.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, but a fun time.
So
Well, thanks for coming on.
Are we on yet?
we are
We're
on.
Yeah.
We're
Been on
live.
for 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how's it going so far?
I don't know. I think that the puns are getting to Richard at this point.
Oh, yeah, the correct number of puns in a live stream is 0.
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
It does mean what I think it means. Let me tell you.
Okay.
So
How
Michelle,
did that movie become so incredibly popular? Isn't it amazing how many lines come out of that movie?
It's
Who
iconic.
knew?
I have 2 different sound drops for that.
Inconceivable!
Who knew Claire Underwood would come out of that movie?
Claire
Right?
Underwood. Oh man, there's a House of Cards
of Cards?
reference. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah,
And Steve's in the chat room and saying because it's awesome. That's why.
it is. That's right.
So Michelle, why don't you introduce yourself for folks that don't know who you are?
So there's people who don't know who I am. Just kidding.
Can you believe it? There's a little bio. Your bio from the website is actually on the wall of
Is it really?
Twitch here,
Okay.
just below us.
Which bio from which website? That's a good question.
I grabbed it from the DEVintersection website.
And it's probably fairly current because don't you ever find it fun when you go back in time and you find bios from like 20 years ago
Oh man, yeah.
that are completely out of date? Yeah. So I'm Michelle Bustamante. I'm basically a cloud microservices security architect. I run a business called Alliance. We do a lot of different things. We have a lot of practices, but I run those practices along with some other folks in our team. We basically assemble teams of architects and lead developers out of our MVP community and people that we trust that specialize in various areas, and we assemble those teams and mash them up into the right team for each customer. So we do a lot of real, pretty interesting consulting work, I guess, as a result of that. And so I get to work with really smart people every single day. It's great. And when we tried to take our learnings out of some of those things and turn them into our workshops and stuff that we publish or share, my personal contribution to that with team, of course, because we do so much together, is the microservice workshops and, sessions at conferences. I don't really blog very much anymore because no time.
Yeah.
That's why
That
I moved
Indigo
to
girl.
Twitch.
What's that?
Go ahead, Richard.
That Indigo girl.
Yeah. Those were the days, right?
Yeah.
Das Blonde.
Blog.
Do you remember
Das
Das Blonde, powered by Das Blog?
Oh my gosh. So there's actually there's links to Salience and to 2 of your books there on the wall just below us here on Twitch. In case folks are interested, they want to learn more about Salience, they can click through there, and they can click through because they want to learn WCF.
Right, because you should really get current.
Yeah. Okay. I'm.
You know what?
I can back away from that.
Is the new COBOL. Okay, people still need help with WCF.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it still exists. We got to integrate back ends with new front ends, so you can still break the monolithic microservice style and leave some of the things intact until you're ready. So there's still a lot of WCF that we run into, actually.
But every time
It was a great technology for its time and for its purpose, right? Those were there was no better way to do so. And, web services that were based on SOAP protocols, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We just don't do that anymore. Now we do REST and or HTTP services. So, therefore.
But every time I touched a config file for WCF, I had somebody in operations call me.
What'd you do?
I didn't do it. I touched a config file. And boom, something breaks.
You're not allowed to touch those things. That's the thing. They're they're well-crafted pieces of art. And, yeah.
You're just going to break it.
Leave it. Don't touch it.
Dev lead in the chat room.
It's kind of like security today, right? Like when you build an identity solution and you build solutions around secure workflows, that stuff's hard. So when you get it done and right, and somebody goes in and says, I think I'll just add a page in the middle of that workflow. No, because you can't do that, because now you've opened up a hole in the secure workflow and you have to add state management. And we go through that a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Don't touch it. It's done.
Got it solved.
Yeah.
It's been audited. It's been approved. Go sell crazy somewhere else.
It's gone through security review. The test cases are here. Should you change anything, you have to review again. Yeah.
And you're invoking a non-trivial cost.
And or an unknown cost in the future because somebody opened up a hole, right?
Oh my gosh.
You'll find out eventually after the breach.
After
what?
After the breach. That's when you'll find out.
Well, that's when security becomes number one, after something goes wrong.
Yes.
But, customers that are in high risk, high profile environments, they think about it up front, because they have to, or else for audit, for compliance. But, think about startups today. How hard is that?
Yeah.
Like you actually are kind of in trouble, right? Unless you have access to all these expertise. And so it's really easy as a startup to make loads of mistakes just trying to get stuff done because you have to. And maybe that's okay. Until you're popular and then you have to put the money behind it. So yeah, it's risky.
But when you're popular and you can put the money behind it, that's a good problem to have.
Yep, that's true. So as long as the software you're writing is not security related, then you might have some liberties there to, as you get popular, lock things down. Security is scary today.
I never got called for scaling problems until they actually had them, right? So it's you always led with that. Well, congratulations, you have a good problem. Your app would run great if nobody was using it.
Right.
Scaling
one user at a time.
Yes.
Didn't you say, Richard, that scaling is like air? You don't know that you need it until you don't have it.
That's right. Performance is like that, right?
Yes.
Nobody cares about performance as long as you've got it. Once you don't have it, then they care.
Same
and
thing
I
with
think
security
falls into that too. Yeah, nobody cares about it until they realize they don't have it.
And now I think
Well, and
privacy.
even if you load test, right, do drills and things like that before you go live, you really don't know how you're going to perform until you're in the real, with the real customers, with the real user profiles, with their real workflows, right? Load testing is just an attempt at calling out the really bad stuff that hopefully would never happen, but it doesn't tell you what's it going to be when you click go and go live. You
what's going to happen on Saturday?
Yeah, you have to be on alert. You got to be watching. You got to watch all week. You got to see what changes. You got to try and, adjust as you go. So the best you can do is have all your monitoring and dashboards and, the basic stuff that you need metrics for, information, and know where to go find it. And then also have a good CI/CD or automation process for rolling out changes to fix stuff that you did not think about in advance. I mean, it's basically being stand at the ready.
Yeah.
And then go like that and watch, right?
You ready to fight the fire?
Having that CD, right, that continuous deployment system can't be underestimated, because when you do find there's that issue, you want to be able to patch it as quickly as possible. So to have that CD system, so you can say, here's my fix, send it out everywhere as fast as possible. Having that CD makes that trivial to do.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting, with containerization, we've simplified also a lot of things while adding a lot of other complexity. The benefits on the other side being that you have this image that you maybe have committed to master, and now that has, it's got a life cycle through test, staging, and prod, and that thing doesn't get touched all the way through that chain because now it's built and it's done. And so, it provides an interesting, I guess, reliability, right, in the way of roll forward or back, because now you've got these images, and hopefully you're always rolling forward because, like you said, you fix the bug, you commit to master, it builds a new image, and then you can immediately send it through that chain again, right?
Yeah.
Validate, fix, and that's really nice. And the other thing that's interesting is in the microservices, work, given that there's so many moving parts, you're sort of forced to think about all these things in advance, which makes for good practices that people might say, oh, we'll do that later. Like, you don't do that with microservices. You do it now, because then you know how to manage all these things, and you have the visibility, and you did your log instrumentation, and you did your, disaster recovery drills, like what happens if, and you did your load testing, and you check to see that, you have some basic metrics and you're not toppling over. So it's really fun to go through that process before, the proverbial crap hits the fan. Because then at least you're as ready as you could have been, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, that sort of container mindset means you're really agnostic to hardware. So you can always build another rig somewhere else and run the site. Like I found, I even did this in virtual machines, but it's so much easier with containers. It's just like building a new version of the site with the old one still running. So you've not really touched production. You just built a new production, typically in the cloud. And then you sort of poke at it for a while, and it's like, okay, now flop the load balancer over, and now you're running on the new site.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is an accurate statement, although, of course, plopping the load balancer in might be, for a network guy, trivial.
That's a technical term, isn't it, Richard? Plop the load
we
balancer?
Actually called it, I'm still using terms from like doing this in the 1990s.
Yeah.
Where we literally split the load and move, and we were waiting for people to finish their sessions, and new traffic would go to the new version. The old traffic would still be working in the old version.
Yeah, the whole tear one down, bring the other one up. Yeah.
And so there was this moment we called the flop, right? Where it's like, okay, now you're defaulting to this, and we're draining that.
Yeah.
Because that was back when hardware was super expensive. And so we didn't have like two sets of everything. So we were much more careful with it.
Expensive,
and you
had
paid a lot of money to have, vendor contracts so that you could call them and say, how fast can I get a new piece of equipment? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You had to wait for it to be delivered.
We were also terrified of updating the firmware on that stuff, because if you broke it, like, now what?
Yes.
Yes. I bricked an F5 big IP. It was a $150,000 device, and I botched the firmware update on it.
Wow.
Now And now you update a Terraform, variable and you redeploy.
And you just redeploy.
DevLead is pointing out in the chat room, it's just a setting in Cloudflare now. Tick, done.
Just a little slider,
Yeah.
It's now got a graphical knob attached to it.
Yeah.
It used to be magic.
So, okay. Dander brings up a good question here. We've jumped right in and we're talking about, well, now look what you can do these days. But Dander in the chat room is asking, security is such an all-encompassing issue. How do you even know where to start if you're in the startup culture? What do you think, Michelle?
I got to tell you, I don't even know where to begin to answer that because, I live in an environment where day to day, we compose people together who know about one thing really well. Okay. So I'm spoiled in the sense that our whole company is founded on, I know who to call for this, right? And then it's a mashup of those brains, right? And that would be the ideal scenario in any company. But what you have in a company is you got full stack development and then individuals with specific expertise, but they're usually doing many, many things and they can't specialize in one thing all the time. You don't have that luxury. Yeah. So now you're down to, do I, know who I can call? Can I hire out and get quick things answered, a couple hours of this person, couple hours of that person to de-risk, which would be like a minimum thing that would be valuable to do. And then of course the next layer would be, hey, why don't we just constantly hire out on expertise and then build? But you can't afford that as a startup. So now you're forced to find a roadmap and just do a lot of work on your own, right? You have to go to the plural sites and the other, conferences and make sure that somebody's on top of security, somebody's on top of, how do we build scalable services and APIs? How do we write good code, right? It's organic at that point, and you're only going to be as good as the team spends time researching. And I've met lots of great developers who really are pretty great at learning a little bit about everything and making sure the wheels are not going to fall off on the security front or anything else. You might not hit every knob, you might not close every hole, but you're still probably doing more than, frankly, a lot of people that don't even go that far, right? So I would say at a minimum, you need a well-versed team collectively across those topics. Somebody has to read about that stuff. Somebody has to find out the right way to, curate the results. I mean, it makes you think, why doesn't somebody curate this for me, right? But curation is hard. I mean, on the Microsoft side alone, how much do we have in documentation of many, many things? And you know what? It's gotten so good, and the docs are actually really great. But now it's a matter of, how do I pull exactly the story I want together, right? It's a lot of research and gathering, and we have to become researchers now to do that. Nobody can do it for you because we don't know what you're looking for, because securing a Node app and ASP.NET Core app, totally different, right?
Yeah. And what security means to any given entity too. Like I done a bunch of fintech work, and there's regulations there. So there's certain basic policies about where we store data and what levels of encryption and so forth. And in some ways you get put into a box, and that's a relief. You don't have to figure this all out yourself. I am complying with standards of financial services, or I'm complying with HIPAA standards. But and then you get down to the individual technologies and how you're going to implement it. But that, when folks say, hey, I want a secure site, it's like, okay, well, what does secure mean to you?
Right. And then you get into, which we deal with a lot of organizations that might be in healthcare, for example, and they have, lots of separation of duty concerns. And now you're talking about not just simply locking down how you access, your repositories and your CI/CD processes, but actually making sure that, individuals who are able to do the CI/CD pipeline cannot touch code, because they can't be capable of touching code that gets deployed, and you have to guard that, right? So it gets really interesting when you start getting into the details. So there's all these layers.
Yeah. Right? The privilege sets you have for the access to different cloud accounts and administrator rights there. the differences between being control of the pipeline, being control of the source code, just this granularization of administration. And you just can't have a super user account anymore, or at least can't use it routinely. It's too hazardous.
So,
well, even if you accidentally do something while logged in as that user, that's the other side of it, is you're supposed to have a separate account so you can't accidentally do something.
So
we've been having a lot of fun in IT, folks, creating this sort of the glass model for the super user account, so that it's really unpleasant to be using that account. Like, you really don't want to be there. The big one was just disabling the browser.
Yeah.
If you're logged in as a full up super user, you can't open a browser. Because it's a terrible vulnerability, but it's also like, no, I want you unhappy in this account.
Yes.
We log every single command, everything you do, all of that is scrutinized so that you don't hang out there. It sucks.
Yeah. Now, there's been a bunch of things that has been added to ASP.NET Core, right? We've moved to a more of a policy model to help support security a little bit cleaner using some of these techniques and trying to adhere to better practices. But Michelle, when you teach your workshop, what kinds of things do you go into with microservices and security for ASP.NET Core?
Well, and so I would almost separate those topics, right? Because when we're talking about security, a lot of the times we're talking about the identity story. We're talking about, API security, which is token based. So that's more of a holistic picture around your identity and token lifetime management and, that authorization pipeline, the middleware you're talking about that's built into ASP.NET Core. I mean, that's had some evolutions in the past. So I think we've always had middleware we could use. It's just now, like you said, there's ways to do policies. So maybe different controllers could be secured different ways. For example, instead of the whole host one way. That's one of many examples. But when we think about microservices specifically, then we have to get into how are we handling SSL termination, TLS termination? Are we doing it all the way to the container? Or are we doing it at the load balancer? That kind of decision has to be made. And the higher the risk in the, industry or compliance requirements, regulatory requirements, then the farther down the chain you want to secure it. So now you're getting into maybe sidecar implementations that can handle, the certificate termination. And now you're getting into key spray, because now you have to manage those certificates, and how they get configured across all of these hundreds of microservices. Totally doable stuff, but it's a thing that has to be considered. And then you've got the Docker hardening on the actual container, which, you use a base image, that's great, but what base image is it? What surface area of attack does it have? What do we have to lock down further based on our policy or security controls? And then there's things like CI/CD process. How do we validate code checked in by developers can't be potentially pulling in JavaScript we don't want to use or we don't approve of? I mean, there's...
You don't have rights to.
Yeah, and then you've got the whole network security layer, and you've got the whole application security layer. Like if I'm using event hubs, if I'm using AKS, how do I get into the AKS dashboard? How do we lock that access down? Do we need to tie it to our network IPs? I mean, there's literally so much. I don't think I answered your question. I just created more.
You did. Oh my gosh. Now I'm thinking
the nature of security.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'm here to raise awareness, if you know what I mean. Not answer questions. Just raise awareness and fear.
Just the idea of certificate spray. I hadn't even thought about that. I've got to put a TLS certificate on how many different Docker containers if I'm going to secure it, all the way down to the container, through my load balancer, and all the way through, even to the database server if I wanted to do that, or the application servers. There's how many more certificates that I need to generate and deploy and configure.
Well, they could share TLS, right? And I think you could put in a key vault, and it's more about how you pull the configuration. But, it still means secrets and access. And, Azure arguably does some really good things here in the sense that, with the way that we have service connections and that you can lock down talking to assets in Azure within Azure, there's things you can do to gain access to the certificates and pull them down. But it's still a configuration thing that has to go into Terraform. It has to be part of the deployment of that service, or the Helm chart that describes the service when you push it out to Kubernetes. So yeah. And I say that sounding like I'm this expert at all these things, but the truth is, like, I'm really good at pulling the whole story together, but there's lots of people on the team doing lots of little things that we do as a group, right? So yeah. Don't ask me to build the Helm chart. Like, that's not my deal. So I just,
And to be clear for folks that aren't familiar with what Helm charts are, what's the elevator pitch, the 5-second description of what they are?
Well, so a deployment like an artifact to describe the service deployment in Kubernetes, aspects of that service deployment. Sure. So you can do YAML deployments, and that's more like then you're going to script pushing it out, or you can use a Helm chart, then that can describe more.
And this is part of this growing Kubernetes ecosystem, right? Helm's one of the tools. There's a bunch more showing up in the Kubernetes space just because so many people are putting so much energy into it now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's very good news.
DevLead in the chat room says Key Vault, a managed identity, is a game changer, but not available on all services.
True.
So I, from my side and the work that I've done with Azure Key Vault, right, that was a thing that was immediately available for ASP.NET Core, and then we backported and made Azure Key Vault available for ASP.NET in 4.7.1. Is that something you're seeing your customers use more and more as they build out these larger architectures, more complex things, so they centralize all of those secrets and don't have to worry about deploying all over the place?
Yes, that is correct. Because you can put secrets, like for when you think about Kubernetes deployment, the default behavior is that a secret is pushed into the environment. So there's a way to store secrets related to the cluster. And so that way developers don't see the secrets, that are going into production or even other environments outside of dev, right? So you've got a configuration that says, I need, secret 1, 2, 3, and it's just dev secrets all the way. And then once you deploy, you can pull secrets from, variables that come out of actual DevOps. Azure DevOps could compose that into the script before you push. So there's different places you can choose to put your secrets. So there's infrastructure related secrets like your App Insights keys. Maybe that goes in those variables. And, that shouldn't change too often. So if it's going to change, it's really part of the infrastructure deployment, not so much a developer change. But then you have other secrets that might involve getting a cert or getting a symmetric key or something that you need to manage. And so, if you don't do anything with Key Vault, then by default, what's going to happen is those secrets could be, created in Kubernetes, but then it would load into an environment variable. And there's still risks there in the sense that now the host machine has available, it could be dumped, memory dump, something, environment variable dump. So to further reduce that risk, people go all the way to a vault, right? So you can use Vault and deploy containers that manage, the actual Vault product, right, from HashiCorp. Or you can, if you're in Azure, I would just go with Key Vault because it's there and available. And that way you can kind of organize yourself around just Key Vault as the thing. So there's definitely choices, it's nuanced. And you have to make those decisions as part of your design when you're building out your solution. So
should we change
stuff?
And smart stuff, right? I mean, what I love about the whole Key Vault story and that secret story is it doesn't matter whether you're building Kubernetes stuff or an Azure website or even, heck, I would even think regular applications of any kind. It's like, this is a good place to handle secrets. It's just safe and reliable and consistent, and your organization can control it. So you solve a ton of problems there.
Well, and the key is too to make sure that you're as much as possible, it'd be nice to not have to tie how you handle secrets to the way your code loads in the host environment.
Right.
Yes.
Because by default, what you get is load environment variables or load app settings, right? And then you've got environment variable overrides to app settings. And then those theoretically could be kept secret by putting them into the cluster separately. Developer doesn't ever see it, and that's managed somewhere else. And then when you start getting into loading Docker secrets, let's say, from a file mount. Now you've got, if you're deploying to Kubernetes, that's one thing. If you're deploying to Docker Enterprise, they've got their own way to manage secrets inside the enterprise product. So now you got to be thinking about which way am I going to load my secrets for the place we're going, right? So there's probably 3 or 4 different ways on top of the environment variables that you could consider.
I mean, I want to believe that Key Vault will do all the things, but will Key Vault do all the things?
That's a very vague statement. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, and
let me spin it the other way. What wouldn't Key Vault do? Like, is there a particular tool I'm going to use that Key Vault's going to struggle with?
I think it's the thing I would use in Azure. Right. So
okay.
To the extent that it connects to, the service I'm trying to use and the mechanism to use it. Like, for example, what if I'm going from on-prem to an Azure environment in a hybrid?
Right.
I might not want to be dependent on getting to Key Vault from on-prem. So no, it doesn't do all the things. But if I'm in Azure and it's native and there's no reason that service can't use Key Vault for the secrets, then yes, I would do that.
Right. If my connectivity to Azure was down, I wouldn't have access to the app anyway. So what do I care whether Key Vault's there or not?
Well, you care if you're trying to centralize it and there's shared keys involved.
Yeah.
So then we have to get into things like, where are the shared keys stored, right? If we're doing data protection, like we have this component that we have in our identity solutions and policy server solution that does, the ASP.NET Core data protection backend, right? Mm-hmm. So how ASP.NET Core has a new way to manage. You don't have the keys, machine keys. Thank you. I'm struggling to remember. So machine keys in the old days, right? Like you deploy to IIS and you have machine key and you have to copy the same one to each web config and then everybody's happy. Mm-hmm. And now you actually need a data back store unless you deploy to Azure PaaS. Azure PaaS provides it out of the box in your, web service or web
Azure
app.
PaaS, that's Azure Platform as a Service, right?
Azure Platform as a Service.
Just making sure. Okay.
So like app services, web apps.
Right. Yeah.
And that provide the backend for you. But then those keys are not encrypted at rest. So if you want to encrypt them at rest, you still need a master key. So then you would get that out of Key Vault, which means now you're writing code to do that. So we provided a component that does that automatically, but then if we have a hybrid on-prem and cloud, now we have to put that in a database. So we're not using Key Vault now because, then we have a dependency on cloud and we have a shared database backend that's like replicating, for example. Anyway, that's maybe very specific. It's just an example of it depends, that amazing consulting answer.
Yeah, sure. It works every time.
It depends.
But when we're talking about Key Vault, you can, because Key Vault's part of Active Directory implementation in Azure, right? You can share credential access to managing the Key Vault, right?
You can, when you say share credential access,
you can have multiple administrators of that Key Vault.
Agreed.
Hugo's.
Yeah, so somebody can create the keys separate from who's consuming the keys.
Yes.
So the application keys that consume are not creating. Agree.
Yeah. Hugo points out in the chat room, you want to make sure that you maintain your secrets so there isn't a single gatekeeper, like the organization Quadriga, a crypto service with $200 million US in Bitcoin that's now inaccessible because the CEO passed and had the only password.
The only one who knew the password.
Oops.
I don't know if that's actually true. Of course, there's a great conspiracy about maybe he just buggered off with it, right?
I don't know.
And I don't know the answer either. If there are any transactions on those coins, we'll know pretty quickly. But,
yeah.
Well, this is where we get into, in general, right? When you're encrypting and doing things like key shredding, where you have, I guess, the concept that if you have protected data at rest and you want to be able to prove that you removed customer data out of the database, you just shred the key and nobody's ever going to see it again. But now you have a different problem, which is if I screw up my backup of the keys that encrypt everything per user, per company, per whatever, I've now lost all the data that my company stores for these customers, and I'm really screwed. So you have to decide, where do I want my risk, in in losing all the data that actually runs the business that my customers pay for, or in manually making sure I remove all the stuff, including from my backups and so on, right? When companies leave. So key shredding or anything related to hashing like Bitcoin, that's an interesting problem, right?
Yeah.
Risky.
I'm all too familiar with clicking that reset my key button in Azure because I keep inadvertently sharing it on stream, Michelle. I'm constantly inadvertently doxing myself. Oh, there's my subscription ID.
Somebody needs to get some security policy around screen sharing. Would you like me to write one for you? We have to do that too.
Oh, I'm going to be in a whole lot of trouble if I were to have you do that. I'm looking for the right sound effect to just throw me under the bus here, and I just
go. You can go to shame. Shame is good.
Oh, shame's always.
No, I guess what I'm really pointing out is that shit's hard.
It is
a technical term. If it was easy, everybody be doing it.
Yeah. Definitely saying that Azure Active Directory recommends a break glass account. What's a break glass account?
The super admin god that can kind of come in and save the day when somebody forgot all their passwords, or
but also more really wrapped in a layer that the moment you try and use that account, it emails everybody at the senior level. Like you call it a breakcast account because you don't normally use it, and when you do, everybody should know like something bad has happened.
Okay, it's not.
It's the one in the envelope, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's not 1-800 Troy.
Write down your passwords.
No.
Well, and that's the whole thing is like one of the ways we keep these accounts safer is to just not use that often. Like it's an exception.
Yeah.
And it should be treated as an exception, and it should be troubling to use it. Like we write this up as a failure. Right? Why did we need to use this account? This is what went wrong.
Okay. So then you do post-mortem discussion, figure out why did we do this so that you don't have to do it again.
Yeah. When I worked with groups that are doing this just enough administration implementations, like they're trying to figure out how to granularize their accounts, they create this, the super user account is now behind glass. And each time we run into a scenario where it's like, oh, well, none of these granulated accounts can do this. Okay, we'll break the glass. And the typical postmortem is we now need to make a new restricted account that has this privilege to be able to do this without using the super user account.
Okay.
So, and then you start having this, how many days since we've needed to break the glass? Like, are we getting closer to, we are able to do all of our tasks now without ever dipping into the super user?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, IT guy.
Something to keep productivity moving when you need to, but then reset on, okay, why did we have to do that, right?
Does Azure, folks in the chat room are saying Azure SQL does that now as well. What, when you use the SA account?
With no password?
Well, just in general.
Yeah.
It's not like it comes with no password.
That's another really good one, though. I mean, setting up SQL for a production-worthy, safe, secure environment. I mean, how many people do or do not take the time to think about separating the user accounts that their apps are using to make calls into the database? Run into that a lot. It's just because everything takes time, right? Everything's hard, everything takes time, and making it secure takes even more time.
But you're going to have even less time when they figure out that there's a security issue because you didn't take the time up front.
Yeah.
Great. Pay now, pay later.
You're going to pay.
Triplicate.
And Richard, we kind of stumbled onto that topic of technical debt a couple times earlier today. It feels like here's another place where if you don't do it securely right the first time, technical debt.
Yeah, it is a kind of technical debt, right? We didn't actually put those cycles in because we wanted to ship that feature faster.
Yeah.
Just think through those problems. And then you can build code that's remarkably resistant to being secured.
Is Barry Dorns watching?
But
this cannot be.
If he was watching, we would have smart comments already coming in.
Yeah, there'd be a lot more snark in the room. It's true. There would be much more snark.
I wish he was here. That'd be great.
I'm surprised to.
I'll cut that.
We've spent it. I'm surprised we've talked about security quite this much. I thought we'd end up spending more time on the microservices side.
I know.
I think folks are trying to figure out if it's important.
And I will note,
microservices are important.
well, of course, microservices are important. I do want to note that it wasn't until the 14th minute that Michelle said the word containers. Okay.
Oh wow!
So it did take a little bit of time to get
got
there.
in slowly.
I was expecting it right up front. We love containers. Containers are great because, gosh, Michelle, the last time that we were on a panel together, I felt like containers is the new
That's
developers.
Yeah, I know. You made fun of me.
I did not.
A little bit. Just a little. Like, can you put containers into that? Everything was containers. That was the intent.
It was.
I'm trying to show my diversity. You see, I'm trying to balance out, your perception,
and
my skill set.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid now. I've got the containers running everywhere that I can, and I even run a good bit of my stream out of containers. Wow. So I know. Crazy talk. I run all these widgets out of containers, even a bot. I have a bot in a container.
The productivity story around containers, just even in development experience, is incredible. Like we, want to test out, somebody can use a Redis back for something. Okay, run the Redis container. Let's, get everything tested locally against that. I don't have to go to AWS or Azure and set up a Redis, cluster and figure all that stuff out. We're just trying to show that Redis works.
Right.
You go finish the job if you want to put it in whatever environment, right? Or just even testing locally that entire end-to-end story. That's a big part of what I find useful when you're starting down the road of microservices project, is that you get the devs and everybody on board early with the whole, what I call compose up or kube deploy, mantra. Okay. And we make sure that you have a local SQL and a local Cosmos equivalent, or, messaging equivalent, or, target for your logs, so that everything's local. You don't have to have these hybrid environments in the cloud that you're trying to hit, and you don't know the state of them and who's been hitting it and sending messages and doing this and putting data. You have everything done local. You have your seed data running locally, and it reseeds as needed so that you can start fresh at any point in time. And that takes a bit of investment when you haven't done it before. I mean, we do it kind of all the time now, so it's just part of our process, but it's such an investment. It's so worth it.
The sanitary nature of having that clean container that hasn't been polluted with anything yet. You're bringing that configuration, and the fact that you can configure it and get it up to speed quickly really tests and make sure that you have your process right. And Organic IT in the chat is pointing out they've fallen in love with using containers for disposable CI/CD build executions.
That too.
So, yeah, definitely something to be said there for, I want to isolate, I want a clean room environment for building the application, make sure it's not contaminated with any other extra information that I don't expect to be on the machine that's building. And it has exactly the version of my compiler and languages and yada, 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 and go.
Yep. Well, and with CI/CD, I think, if you're using Azure DevOps, then that's part of the environment provided for you. And I don't remember actually if they're using containers to get it done, or if it's, still a host or build machine that's, Linux based. But either way, like when we're doing Linux containers typically, but either way, it's the same idea, right? It's that clean, I don't have to think about it. I committed the code, something's gonna run from scratch and get this image built, right? Build the build artifacts, produce the image, push it out.
I'm going to have to interrupt here for a second. They're summoning Barry Dorans on Twitter.
Oh.
Can you give me just a second?
Are you watching Twitter?
They're already our friend Brock
I
Allen.
imagine he'll arrive here at some point. He can.
But now we've moved on to containers finally.
Yes, absolutely, and away from security. We're not talking about anything insecure here. Nothing at all.
There's no security problems, only security people.
That's right. And I do have my paging sound effects here if we do need to page. somebody from that point. So okay, I've seen and run into a lot of folks that use Linux containers for all kinds of great things, but I also know there's Windows containers out there, and it feels like though Linux containers really have led the way at this point. What's your opinion about the Windows container ecosystem out there?
Repeat the last question. What's my what?
What's your opinion of that Windows container ecosystem out there? It feels like it's growing, but at the same time, it's kind of struggling. It's that Windows Nano container that feels kind of incomplete.
I don't think incomplete is the right word. I think that Linux containers have just been around longer, and there's been a long life of that ecosystem evolving, the community evolving, the resources available evolving. It's lightweight. They're very small images. These are all good things.
Yeah.
Windows containers have not been able to be made as small as Linux containers.
No, they haven't. Look, they have their place though. So, I mean, I sort of have a simple view there, and that is because clusters are able to mix Linux and Windows containers, and those that don't will. Windows containers become really good when you're doing migrations. It's an amazing lift and shift story, really.
Mm-hmm.
And definitely run into that. We're starting to run into that more and more for people that can't break the monolith right away. And they just got to get this stuff into the cloud. They don't want to deal with configuration nightmares. They build a nice solid Windows base image that supports their software. And then when they're ready, they start teasing stuff out into new container, into new services, microservices that they can host in whatever container they want. And I find that a lot of the Windows folks are not finding it so difficult to move into Linux as an administration from an administrator's perspective, because it's just such a simple surface area to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not an IT admin, right? But I think I've dealt with my share of folks that are Windows Affinity, and they are now doing Linux without a problem.
Right.
And, you have to dig in like anybody else. You have to learn the security concerns like anybody else. But, you'd have to do the same with Windows containers because you'd have to understand that surface area. So
Sure.
Smaller image, smaller footprint, easy to administer. Yes, you have to learn how to do it right. So no question, there's some investment there. And then you get to leverage that whole community around it that already exists. So I think that that's just why there's more momentum there, but it does not diminish for a minute the value of the lift and shift story on Windows. I think it's huge. I still see that as hugely valuable.
Now it's lift and shift into a container, not necessarily into a cloud service. You can run those on-prem.
It could be both,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to it's lift and shift into a VM, like a P to V or an on-premise VM to a cloud VM.
Yeah, it's migrate. It's
yeah.
essentially migrating from, like maybe you've got some new assets you're hosting as containers and you want everything to be containerized, but you can't necessarily, put all your current Windows hosted stuff into a Linux environment. It's not going to work, right? Unless you refactor.
Sure.
So we lift and shift the existing assets that can't change, the WCF services that need a home and that can't be hosted on Linux. We put those endpoints in Windows containers, and then side by side, we have the other new assets, right?
And it can't be changed or more, you have to be rewritten. But I'm just feeling like this is probably the norm, that most existing applications would first move sort of intact into the cloud and be decomposed after the fact. This is not really an exception case.
That's not true. I think it depends.
There it is again.
Well, because some folks, the road to breaking up the monolith is a long one, and they might have already invested in on-premise, data centers, and they're not going to just move those. So maybe the move is to migrate over time, over some years. Whereas somebody who has maybe a smaller footprint and they just want to get rid of the data center, I agree. They're going to move everything up, get cloud ready, and then start teasing it apart. So I guess when I say it depends, I would just say I've seen both. And a lot of that is the current investment, what you've spent money on, dollars on, what that migration path looks like, how complicated it is. You either have a big ball of mud monolith, or you've got something that actually could get teased out in a reasonable time frame, like a year. And those are all questions that I guess take you where you need to go. So.
Dev lead saying the whole and having a recipe that's not a Word doc to stand up a server. Yes, please. All Word docs are incorrect.
I can't tell you how many times I showed up at the office at 3 a.m. with a series of Word docs to deploy the application in 2006, 2007.
Mm-hmm.
What a nightmare. But it was a thing.
They're always wrong. Their credentials are wrong. Steps are wrong. Something's missing. Like,
are
it's
we
inevitable.
talking about the accuracy of documentation now?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Especially build documents, right? Remember when you used to have a Word doc? It's like, here's how you build the app. It was always wrong.
That's why the truth is the code, and the code is the automation script.
Yeah.
And, I'm actually become a big believer in every single, summary or a document that describes whether it's a feature or a thing. It should really be a picture with some bullet notes. Like, it can't get any more than that, because it's going to get out of date.
Yeah.
And so I actually tend to use, although in larger projects we use other tools like EA, I think PowerPoint is still my favorite, right, for telling that story of what we're building and how it works, because then you have pictures and summaries, and it just can't get more than that, or else the slide's too busy, right?
Yeah.
So
nobody's going to deploy PowerPoint.
Like a markdown file. The markdown file has to be bullet. Like, don't tell me everything. Just keep it simple.
Stick those minimums.
Now, if only PowerPoint could be turned into code.
If only what?
PowerPoint to code. PP2C.
Yeah.
I don't think that works either, actually, because then you'd have to be so accurate with your PowerPoint. Yeah. Sometimes we go Swagger to code.
Okay.
Like, you have
That's different.
API governance at the top, and essentially, again, larger org, right? Instead of generating Swagger from your ASP.NET Core, you actually build, the documentation, which is the API for all the microservice domains, and then you code gen your controller, foundation and your models. And that's a really, really good thing to do when you need governance across the whole set. For the developers. And then you NuGet package that stuff, and then developers, opt into an update to a new Swagger, and therefore everybody kind of knows this is what we're building, right? There's no question.
Yeah, I buy that.
Yeah.
You look so excited about that story there. I love that story. And
Dev lead goes on
please, man.
Oh, the classic be evil dev, lie in comments or don't update them. So your documentation goes out of synchronization.
Never was in synchronization.
Yeah, I don't believe in heavily commented code or the code summaries, because it's going to get out of date. But I do believe you should have tastefully chosen comments for things that somebody would maybe read the code and go, why are you doing that? Like a security practice, like we're doing this here because X, but that should never fall out of favor unless someone changes X. And if somebody changes X, then they better darn well know why they're changing it, and then fix the comment accordingly.
Absolutely.
Right?
Oh, I got big on marking up code with "we optimized here on this day," because typically faster code is somewhat more obfuscated code, and folks that are cleaning stuff up will often look at something and go, I can write this a little cleaner than this, and it's just maybe not as fast. Anything that goes in chests for cache hits and expiries and things for it just clutters code up. It looks ugly, and it's confusing.
Yeah, right. The more that we can compile these things and actually check and test them automatically, then it's working. You've pinned that functionality.
Yeah, absolutely true. Wow, we're running down the
I can't
hour
believe
here,
we
Michelle.
spent like the whole hour and we didn't
Yeah.
even.
Quick, pull up a PowerPoint. Let's show it off and
Some
say,
Want to
Word
start
document.
PowerPoint now?
there's a thing. I don't know.
No. What have we talked about in your workshop, Michelle? Because I hope folks will come out to this thing. I've seen versions of your workshop over the year. I think it's very cool.
Well, here, let me. I can.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I can put that up behind us here. Let me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. It's like we're sitting
There it
in
is.
the middle of your workshop, but text.
Right.
Ooh.
Blurry text even. No?
Well, it's
It's only in our inner feed. The outer feed, it looks great.
yeah.
Got it.
That's the
No, I would say like essentially it's a composition of starting with like design, like how do you survive microservices, in general, right? You go through the process of design. So, sharing thinking around that process, sharing basic Docker 101 tips and things that we do for productivity around that, things we have to care about. You brought up, how do I know security? Like where do I start from the beginning, and what things should I have considered when I build a secure application? The same thing goes for microservices, right? Like there's just certain things you should understand or know to think about in your own environment. So we kind of go through basically the flow of that process. I design and then I apply that to tech later.
Right.
When I go through the design process, I first think about, overall domains and capabilities of the business, and then I break it down to microservices, and then I go from there and break it down into actual services and data models, API surface areas. And then we start talking about Docker 101 and just like, how do I apply that to tech? What do I need to know about Docker to be successful here? And then how do I apply that to ASP.NET Core and the things I should do, like, related to logging, instrumentation, health checks. The new health checks are awesome. What are coding practices around secrets and environment variables, overrides that we should, look out for. So just all those experiences that in a way our whole team gains while we do work with customers is the stuff that we've either previously done in workshops or just kind of keep enhancing as things evolve with ASP.NET Core and Azure. And that's how we stay ahead of our customers too, right? Mm-hmm. So, it takes a whole team to stay up on all this stuff, honestly, because we cover off many different ways of doing the microservices in terms of, when should you use functions and, when should you use ACI? When should we just go to a container on an app service? Like what are the opportunities there? And then usually we just dive in from there into the meat, right? Which is, okay, I understand core and Docker. And then, now it's how do I apply that to AKS, right? How do I set up an AKS environment? How do I deploy things to it? How do I automate CI/CD to it? How do I manage the internals of the cluster? So once I'm in there, when I go to the dashboard, what am I looking for? Practices around, logs, practices around RBAC security. It's a lot. And then topology is high level, right? Like, traffic manager, if you have a WAF, and then the ingress features. So it's not too deep into those things in the sense that it's not an IT workshop, but I think it's the right amount of detail for developers so that they kind of understand how it all connects, because it's dev and ops, right? So you want to have that full picture of how to be productive and successful.
So it's a 2-day workshop.
Yeah.
It covers a ton of those technologies at a breadth level. So you still need to go deep a little bit later on your own.
I'd say there's a lot of depth with the Docker stuff and the ASP.NET Core specific stuff.
Okay.
And the breadth is now you actually have experience and sample, that you've seen working, right? That show those architectures and including event-based, right? That's another one, right? Using events or messages to improve visibility into the system operations, like audit and history and building read stores, CQRS style, that kind of thing. Yeah. So it's a lot. The coding practices, I would say, are pretty deep. And then, the high level on the DevOps side is, you're not going to learn everything how to set up a pipeline in CI/CD, but you're going to get a taste of it, kind of thing. So, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
in the chat room, our friend Shane Boyer's there, and he chimes in saying one of the best talks Michelle gave was using just the command line to explain Docker. That was awesome.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
That sounds like a challenge for another time.
Those are hard sessions. I remember having a few rough ones on that when Docker first came out. Like, oh, what was that command again? What?
Yes, right. And then you end up with the notepad next to your laptop on the speaker podium with all the little cheat sheets.
I wish I had done that, but no. I try to go all off memory every time, and so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You love flying close to the sun, don't you?
Apparently, yeah. It's like it's 5 minutes before the gate is closing and I get to the airport, right? Yeah.
I end
just
up with
part of my charm. That's how I roll.
I end up with a OneNote open next to me on my phone or on a tablet, and I'm just looking over at. That way I can use the same notes next time I give the session.
I will write cheat sheets. I'll write like notes.
Okay.
Just TLDR. See? TLDR again. Just like nice. Boom, boom, boom. Don't miss. This is the whole hit. These are the demos I want to make sure I hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a tickler. It helps.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, I think that's the hour.
Yeah. I think you have. Don't you have Cyprian now?
Yes, we do.
Cyprian's up next. So
hang on to your hat.
I know, right?
Because our heads didn't explode talking to you, Michelle. Come on.
No, it did not. Nothing like that guy. Wait till he gets in here. Unbelievable. Okay. All right. So have a great day. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much,
really Michelle. Thanks so much.
Okay. All right. See you. Take care.
And I will transition back to just Richard and I while she disconnects. That was pretty good. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
There is so much there to digest around the topics of containers and architecture, orchestration and security. We didn't even scratch the surface.
No, not even the beginning. And it's no wonder it's 2 days. But recognizing how the room responded to the security topics make me wonder if we shouldn't, for the March version of this, maybe we get Brock in. You talk about a guy who just knows security backwards and forwards. I'd love to hear his thinking around identity and authorization management and things. His workshop's great, and maybe it would be valuable for folks who just hear him talk through it.
Sure. So, folks that are in the chat room that are watching on Twitch, make sure you click that follow button so that you get the information about the next time we schedule our March virtual dev intersection, because we're going to try and do one of these about once a month leading up to that Orlando event in June. And then I don't know, Richard. We might do a little stream from Orlando or two. We'll see how that.
Yeah, no,
works
I think
out.
we probably will. And somebody mentioned, "Wow, wouldn't this be a great format for doing a geek out?" Yeah,
I saw that in the chat room.
When we were testing yesterday, I pulled out my Moonbase deck from the one I did for NASA. Yeah, and we were playing with that, and we did have a couple of moments where you're like, this might be an interesting way to communicate that stuff. So, we'll have to do an experiment at some point.
Absolutely. So
I don't have Cyprian in my list here, dude. You want to try pulling him in?
You know what? I don't have him on my Skype list either.
Well, you won't get the guy then.
Yeah, what happened there?
Huh? He was stranded on a plane last night. He didn't get to play with us.
Yeah, he traveling. And it's late where he is. Gosh, now we're scrambling to figure out. Oh, we forgot to get his information pulled in here.
I'll work on it. I'll race you to the delivery line here.
There you go. All right. Now we got him. You got him?
I found him.
Fantastic. All right.
Oh, there he is. Oh, yeah, and he's in Romania. Yeah, no kidding, it's late.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can get him in the door here.
And DevLead says in the chat room, would love a geek out over Twitch. Yeah, I think this format definitely lends something to being able to do that.
I have to work on the visuals side of things, but there's so many times when I'm talking on a subject where I wish I had an animation, right? Like trying to explain I showed you this one last night. The orbit of the moon-based station, the Lunar Gateway. It's a strange orbit, but when you see the visualization, it makes a lot more sense.
Oh my gosh, I bet. I bet.
Right, did that fail? Let's see. Let's try it again.
All right. And Hugo chimes in that he's really enjoying this format and structure. Oh, thank you, Hugo. Yeah, we're going to try this out a couple times, and we want to try and invite in some more of the speakers and have this longer format discussions, maybe a little bit of demos. We went into a little bit of Steve's code and showed some of that. But I think there's a great opportunity to learn here. Hey, there we go. There's Cyprian.
Hi.
Hey there.
Hey.
All
Fantastic.
right. Let me get you added into the mix here. There we go. And I can share back. There we go. There he is. Let's welcome Cyprian. Hello. He's down that side.
Hi, everybody.
Thanks so much for joining us. Gosh, I know it's really late where you are in your part of the world today. Why don't you give folks a quick intro to who you are, and we can talk about your workshop coming up here at DEVintersection in June.
Okay, so first of all, hi to everybody. I'm currently based in Romania. That's Eastern Europe, and it's you're right, a little bit late, but it's always a pleasure to join you guys. I'm currently the CEO of a company from Romania called Genisoft, and I also act as the chief data scientist for Soliance. My background is around 20 years of what we today call machine learning. Back then, when I started studying the field, it was called knowledge discovery in databases. Later, it was called data mining, and now we're using a different buzzword, which is machine learning.
Same job the whole time?
Sorry?
And it's the same job the whole time?
Almost, yeah. Almost. Together with my colleague, with Zoyner Tejada, we're going to deliver this, I think, very interesting workshop, because when you hear about machine learning and specifically about deep learning, you would expect that the main audience is data scientists, right? Now we're doing a kind of a little twist with that, and we're dedicating this workshop to developers, which is both a very intriguing and in the same time a little bit risky endeavor. Because what we aim to do here is to try to show developers that divide between the world of classical development and data science is not as bad and as large that they might think it is.
It's narrowing.
Absolutely, and it's narrowing at a very, very fast pace. And what we're going to do through the day is provide lots of demos and lots of labs where a regular developer will be able to understand how machine learning models, specifically deep learning models, can be used, either if they are standard models or customized deep learning models, how can be used in day-to-day applications, in day-to-day solutions. We're going to talk about the broad offering of machine learning environments that developers can get today, ranging from the classical VMs up to complex services like Azure Machine Learning or Azure Databricks. We will touch things like, for instance, using ML.NET by .NET developers. Basically, it will be a day geared around how a developer can benefit from the latest and greatest advancements in machine learning in general and in deep learning in special.
Nice. So maybe talk a little bit about, when you say standard model, custom model, what does that even mean?
Well, the way I see the kind of the broad offering of machine learning functionality that you have today is, on one part of the range, you have predefined models, which are readily available through a set of APIs, and basically all one needs to do is to be able to call a secure REST API. I'm thinking about stuff here, for example, like cognitive services. That's a great example on that.
Oh, sentiment analysis.
For example, absolutely. Yeah. And then you can start tweaking these models, and platforms like cognitive services will enable you to do it to a certain extent, like upload your own data to train the models and do things like this. But at some point, you end up with a limited capability of doing that in more detail. And then you move towards the right side of the spectrum, where is custom machine learning or custom deep learning in our case. That actually involves creating your own models, training your own models. It involves environments that go well beyond just providing an API. And that's towards the right side of the spectrum is where you basically run and create your own code, you train your own models, and that comes with a lot of liberty and a lot of power. But in the same time, the price that you pay for that is the complexity of the configurations, the complexity of the trainings. You are in charge of choosing the hyperparameters values and so on. So that's when I talk about a spectrum on, it ranges from predefined models that are very powerful, very easy to be integrated into apps, but in the same time, they have a limited liberty in terms of what they can offer, and up to the other end of the spectrum where you have full control, but in the same time, the complexity is proportionally higher.
And that training of the models, I think that's what overwhelms most folks, like, because it feels like you could go badly wrong. Like you could spend a lot of time trying to train a model and just nothing that's useful from it.
That is one of the fundamental problems that we've seen play out through the years in this field, and it's exactly what you are referring to. It is very easy with highly complex models in special to get to a point where the values that govern the behavior of those models, which we call hyperparameters, are chosen in a way that basically ends you up in a position where the results are not what you expect. This is, I believe, the number one fear that I've been seeing with respect to using machine learning model is, what if I get it wrong in a sense that it appears to work, but in reality, the results that are produced by those models are not the right models, not the correct models. And fortunately, lately, we have been seeing a lot of effort put into simplifying this problem, right? We have initiatives like, for instance, AutoML, auto machine learning, where actually machine learning is used for this process of tuning these hyperparameters. So again, this is an area where that gap is narrowing more and more. And in today's world, it's a little bit easier to solve this problem. In fact, one very, very interesting thing that we see today playing out through the industry is what I call embedded machine learning functionality. And this is a very interesting kind of set of forces that work in the industry today. On one hand, you have the problem of customized machine learning projects where you need to hire a team of data scientists. You need to get access to human resources that have very high levels of qualification. And every year we see studies that show how this shortage of trained and skilled data scientists is actually getting worse and worse. There are more and more positions that are not filled, and there are projections that say that by 2020 and beyond, the shortage will be in the hundreds of thousands of positions. So with many of our customers, we see a lot of kind of fear to start complex projects because of this type of shortage, and consequently
the lack of skilled people.
Exactly, and the costs are spiraling up.
Yeah, well, if you're one of the few data scientists out there looking for a job, you could probably command your price.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's one of those interesting situations where with this type of profile you actually can do that. Mm-hmm. So what we see more and more is we see standardization in the types of problems being addressed by different machine learning models, and standardization in the types of services that you have access. I mentioned earlier cognitive services. That is just one example. It's one of the most visible examples, but we see more and more, and we see lots of startups actually that are betting on providing out-of-the-box type of implementations for those standard scenarios. Obviously, you won't be able to standardize like 100% of the scenarios, but I would say that a fair percent, which in my mind sits around 70 to 80% of the scenarios, actually can be standardized. Stuff like, for instance, clustering or image classification or anomaly detection, and the list of examples can go on and on. Actually, I believe that in the next few years, we'll start to be delivered in a much more packaged and ready-to-use way, much like cognitive services is delivered today. This is an interesting trend that I see more and more being present in the industry. I'm not saying here that the custom machine learning project, the super complex project, will die by no means, but we will see this kind of movement towards packaged machine learning models who are already pre-trained or can be customized to a certain extent, and we will see an increase in the coverage of scenarios that will be available. And that's exactly the point where it becomes very interesting for you as a developer to start looking into those things, because integrating this type of functionality will not mean anymore that you will need a PhD in machine learning or in deep learning to do that.
Oh my gosh. You're landing right on a topic that I think makes so much sense for a developer to say, you know what, you hear Donovan Brown say this about DevOps. I want to sprinkle a little DevOps on my solution and just make it better. I want to sprinkle a little machine learning in here and just make it a little bit more interesting. I was working, let me tell you, Cyprian, I was working on a project last week, right here on Twitch, where we've got a chat room. You see this sometimes on YouTube and in other places where sometimes, and our chat's been really good today, but sometimes, right, the tone, some folks, they get a little angry in chat, right? And to have a little, gosh, you know what I'm saying, Sabrina? I say by that smart.
Who thunk it?
YouTube, Godwin's Law, who knew? But right, as somebody who's a broadcaster, to be able to have that immediate feedback from chat and use a pre-canned cognitive services model to be able to say, you know what, over the last minute, what's the average sentiment in my chat room? That's pretty neat. That's tremendously powerful. And me as a web guy, all I got to do is hit a REST endpoint. Say no more. Oh my gosh. Right. And that ease of access for me as a developer to harness and be able to work with that. Now I'm using, is that a standard model then when I reach out and use Azure Cognitive Services to check sentiment?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So, but if I wanted to customize that, because maybe, right, particularly here on Twitch, we have this culture of emotes that shows up, right? And smiley emotes might mean one thing, and different emotes might mean something else. But if we wanted to dial that in, that's a different model we would want to customize from that standard model. Is that where like an ML.NET would be more beneficial to train and start using?
Yeah, that's a great example. The other interesting example, and that will make a lot of developers very, very happy, I believe, is that we're starting to move from, and now this is very specific to deep learning, right?
Okay.
Which is in itself kind of a buzzword these days. And traditionally, when we think about deep learning, we think about image recognition, and we think about text mining and stuff like that. But what's very interesting is that in recent years and months, we've seen a move of deep learning techniques into structured data. And when I say structured data, I even refer to the traditional relationship databases. And one particular example that I like to give is when you think and analyze, for instance, customer behavior. That has been more or less out of reach in terms of using deep learning models for something like that. Now we start seeing more and more uses and use cases for that. And just think about this. You're an enterprise developer. You're working on a line of business application. You have tons and tons of data playing on this particular example, like the customers, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
you would like to add some intelligent features to your app, like maybe predicting the behavior of those customers, or maybe finding some kind of segmentation for those customers. And wouldn't be that great if you could have a set of functionalities, a set of services that you could call into, and that will provide you that 70 to 80% of the standard scenarios that you could more or less immediately use in your application. Of course, if you want to go way beyond that, you will still need the data scientist, and you will still need a complex project. But what's very interesting and exciting from my point of view is that besides the traditional fields like text analysis and image and video analysis, now we're moving into the realm of applying these kinds of models and these kinds of approaches into the good old traditional structured data, which is basically on the table for a lot of developers.
Okay.
Well, certainly we all have that data in our different projects. I'm just wondering what deep learning could teach us about it. Like, what scenarios do you see, being applied to, say, a retail commerce site data?
Yeah, well, I can give you a couple of examples which are very interesting from my point of view. So let's think about the fairly simple problem of classifying your customers, say, based on their value, right? And traditionally, this has been approached using what I call classical machine learning models, if there is such a thing, right, in our field. But these are models like decision trees, maybe, or k-means clustering algorithms, or things that basically start from a limited number of properties of your customers, like, for instance, the number of purchases per year, some demographic properties, the revenue generated by those customers, and so forth, and apply these so-called classical machine learning models. Well, the interesting thing about these is they work, but they fail to capture the entire behavior of the customer. What if one property of your customer, for example, has not been factored into that model, and that one property is very important in terms of splitting your customers based on their behavior? So what we see, for example, today is an approach that is inspired by image recognition. The approach basically says you would need to create as many properties for your customers as you can do. For example, I work in projects where we have like 2,500 different properties per customer, which basically try to capture almost every single aspect of their behavior. And then what you do is you apply a specific type of deep learning model, which is called an autoencoder. And that is the core machine learning model that is used for image recognition, that will basically transform those, let's say, 2,500 properties of your customer into, let's say, 64 properties. Now, what's interesting about these 64 properties, or super properties, as I call them, is they don't make too much sense in themselves. They're just numbers. Where their power resides is when you start comparing different customers. You get basically into a space with 64 dimensions. And if you have two customers whose super properties are close in this space, it actually means that their behavior is very, very similar. And the power of this is you're not taking into account a limited set of properties, but you're taking into account properties that describe almost all the possible aspects of their behavior. So this is a great example on how we can take a model inspired, a deep learning model inspired from image recognition or image classification, for example, and apply it to data like the customer. The other one is, again, a very interesting one. I give you a simple example. Suppose you're like in a banking application, right? And one of the properties that you have about your customers is the agent that is handling that customer. Now, typically, this is what we call a categorical feature, right? It has a set of discrete values, typically an identifier for that agent. The problem is that there are too many values. Like in a typical application, you will have probably hundreds or thousands of distinct values. Now, the classical theory says that the way you do this is you basically apply techniques like, for instance, one-hot encoding. One-hot encoding means that you take, say you have 1,000 distinct values, you create 1,000 columns that have values of 0 or 1, with the idea that if one of the columns is 1, then it means that that customer is handled by that specific representative. Now, think about having maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 of these properties. The number of potential columns that reside from this approach is huge, and most traditional machine learning algorithms cannot handle properly this approach. So one thing that we see today, for example, again, where deep learning plays a very, very interesting role, is you basically create a specific encoding for these types of columns using, again, the approach of a deep learning machine model. And you basically end up with, again, a number of numerical values, maybe 10, 20, 30, whatever you define, that capture those different values of the categorical features that you have. And we've seen a lot of examples lately where this simple transformation can improve in a significant way the behavior of different models that are then applied to the customer data. So these are just two examples on what we're doing. Both the industry, but also the scientific world, the academic world today is basically red hot in terms of applications of deep learning into these fields. We see a lot of new techniques emerging, a lot of new ideas emerging. So basically, this is a very, very interesting kind of aspect of applying deep learning to line of business applications.
I see buying into the market segmentation part because it reflects back on marketing. That now you're trying to be marketing more efficient, more effective, getting more yield from giving customer. Like the ROI on that's pretty solid. And let's face it, marketing's a challenge these days more and more. Yeah. It's just thinking about the different scenarios where you can show an ROI that you would allow, that you can essentially pitch your boss on. This is a good place for us to spend money. We can get results from this that'll provide value to the organization.
And again, it's about, which is interesting, is about getting started. I've seen a lot of stories in the past maybe 5 years where these kind of projects, they are great ideas, they are on the agenda of decision makers, but they never take off. They actually never start. And think about in a world where basically the cost or the complexity of starting such a project is down in terms of having available some kind of services or some kind of APIs that can simply get you started. And then if you want to go to the next level, obviously there's no problem in getting the more complex projects. There's no problem in getting your super data scientist team. Exactly, yes. But show some practical results that could then convince further the decision makers in your organization that yes, it makes sense. Yes, we can achieve results with this. And yes, this is not just a bunch of keywords and the buzzwords, and you can actually get a decent ROI by applying these kinds of approaches.
Do you think we're going to see a market segmentation service like we see vision services and speech services? And is it going to get that far? Like, that would be awesome.
At a certain point in time, I honestly think yes. And it's not only about a segmentation. Think about the typical problems that are addressed today, like propensity to buy, or churn, for that matter, or cross-sell or upsell of products, right? And I can easily think about that 70 to 80% of standardized scenarios where basically your challenge would be to transform your existing data into a format that can be ingested by these kinds of services. And then you get those preliminary results. Of course, you won't get the absolutely top best kind of accuracy and performance, but it will get you to a point where you can get decent results. And I think this is, honestly, this is part of the future of machine learning in general and deep learning in special, applied to enterprise solutions, getting it into the hands of developers.
But I also think, we're thinking through this particular scenario, it's like, you better engage marketing on this, because if this is not going to change marketing behavior, if they can't, ultimately your results are going to be shown in that they did get more sales, that they did better engage customers, that they decreased churn or increased upsell. Like, those are all interesting models. You're gonna have to pursue results on that. But earlier in the stream I mentioned the keynote from Eric Boyd, and who's the AI VP at Microsoft. He's going to be at DEVintersection, and one of the things he made a point of in the fall was that Microsoft's goal was to bring these kinds of tools to everyday developers, that you don't have to be a specialist in AI to be able to take advantage of it. Yeah,
that's really, really very, very important, I believe. But you've also mentioned a very, very interesting thing, which is another super interesting aspect, which is, how do we measure impact? How do we measure results of applying this, right? Mm-hmm. And that's an interesting question we've been facing for years when working with customers. And turns out that is not a trivial question, because it has two different sides. There is a technical side of it, of course, but there is also a business side of it. You will need to change business processes in order to enable you to assess, to measure, to kind of evaluate the impact of using these kinds of things. I give you a trivial example, right? You use the smartest machine learning model possible to create marketing campaigns, let's say, for your customers, right? But you don't have a clue whether a customer that buys a product buys it because they were going to buy it anyway, or because of one of your marketing campaigns.
Absolutely. You're marketing to people who are already buying.
That's the typical scenario where it's impossible to demonstrate that the use of the smartest machine learning model had any kind of impact in your business.
It reflects the work that I've done over the years, but I wonder if we couldn't use machine learning around loss prevention. So I've certainly been on projects doing data analytics where we were showing how people were stealing from a company.
Yeah,
the various tricks they were doing to cover up the transactions, and it took a lot of data analytics to pull that out, right?
The reason why you made me smile is one of the projects that we were doing, one of the very cool projects that we were doing through 2018 was fraud detection in oil and gas retail.
Interesting.
And you could not imagine the innovation, with the right quotes, of course, that goes on in this particular area, and the number of different ways in which you, as an employee at an oil and gas station or a manager of an oil and gas station, can create some, let's say, additional, again with the right quotes, revenue.
Revenue streams, yes.
Revenue streams,
Yeah.
exactly.
And it was many years ago. I was doing analysis on a set of data for a hotel, and that was concerned about theft. And I think I came to the conclusion it was 6 different groups of people that were all stealing from the hotel in different ways. And,
really?
and
Absolutely.
Disassembling the data set to figure that out. That was so hard. It's like, we're pretty sure there's theft here. We just can't figure out the patterns to it. It says that's because there's that much going on.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Turns out there are 2 different ways in which you can, let's say 2 different major approaches in which you can do that. One is doing some analysis on past data and trying to figure things like, or do things like, for instance, outlier detection, which is in itself a super interesting area where we also see lately applications of deep learning models that start to be used. The other one is predicting the future and then measuring the actual results opposed to that predicted future. One area where deep learning gets very, very interesting is in time series predictions. Traditionally, we've had a set of algorithms that were used for time series prediction. Lately, we have deep learning, and it's a specific kind of deep learning network that can be used. Is the so-called long short-term memory cell, which the name is very, very interesting if you ask me. These are very powerful algorithms that enable you to predict time series like streams of revenue, for instance, or streams of sales, or things like that. And then what you can do is use those predictions and compare the actual result to those predictions where differences are larger, let's say, than a certain threshold. You can raise the red flag and start investigating in more detail. So definitely fraud detection, and that's just one vertical I've mentioned. There's a lot of going on in fraud detection in banking, as you can imagine. Or one red hot area is fraud detection in digital currency transactions, which is an area where we've seen in the past lots and lots of big troubles with digital currencies like Bitcoin and the others having been stolen from different kinds of networks and platforms that do the intermediation. So that's another area where fraud detection is a big thing today.
I'm still trying to get my head around, like, all the work I ever did in this space, we didn't have these deep learning tools. Like, what does deep learning bring to the table that regular analytics doesn't have for stuff like that?
Well, the interesting thing about the deep learning models is that they are capable of learning in a very efficient way very, very complex functions and patterns. And that's one of the reasons why they became so popular, and now they become popular also in the area of structured data, is that they can identify patterns of data that were simply out of reach for the traditional models. And the typical example I like to give here is a very, very simple classification problem. Think about 2 data sets represented by points in a plane, in a 2D space, right? And those data sets have 2 different colors, say orange and blue. Now, if those points are grouped together, right, the orange points are together, the blue points are together, then it's fairly easy to think about even classical models that are capable of identifying that. Now, do this mental exercise and imagine that the orange points and the blue points are 2 spirals which have the same center point. Now, identifying this pattern, which has some very, very unique and interesting challenges, has been out of realm for classical approaches like decision trees or support vector machines or whatever kind of classical approach. This is the area where a model based on something like deep learning can really, really shine and show its power. It's the kind of non-linear types of separations and of groupings that these models are capable of identifying. Now, think about moving from 2 dimensions, which actually means 2 properties or 2 features, right? Think moving into the realm of tens or hundreds or thousands of properties. And there's where the availability of insane amounts of compute power in the form of GPU cores can help you tremendously. I did an example at the Azure and AI conference in December last year, showing just with how many CPU cores you can get with a few clicks of a mouse. And what I did, I created an Azure Databricks cluster. And all of a sudden, I had about 20 nodes, which had 2 to 4 K80 GPU cards on them. Now, one K80 GPU card, that's about roughly more or less 5,000 cores. So with a click of a mouse or a few clicks of a mouse, you can literally get into the thousands or tens of thousands of cores that are available for you to do this processing. I distinctly remember about 20 years ago when I started to study this field in the academic world, having a few tens of cores on which you were doing the training of the machine learning models was good. That was really good, right? So it's amazing how far we've gone. And this is one of the explanations as well why these deep learning approaches have gained so much ground in the past years, because finally we have the computing power to train those very, very advanced models that enable us to do different things. Coming back to the example of customers, one kind of very interesting model that we're working on right now is what we call the time to next event. And think about this. For a company, and this is real work in a real project, a company that has around 4 million customers, we're training a different machine learning model for every single customer that aims to predict the number of days until the next interaction of that particular customer with the company. Now, without these insane amounts of computing power, right, that would not be possible. But think about what happens when you do have that. All of a sudden, like notions like churn, for example, have a whole different meaning. Because instead of saying, I want to see customers that the model predicts I will lose in 2019, you can say, I want to see customers that the model predicts won't interact with me for the next 60 days.
Right.
This is apparently a minor difference, but it's a huge one for business people, specifically in the area of customer retention and so forth. And this is another great example where approaches based on deep learning can add tremendous value to line of business applications.
Well, and what you're describing is like, this is why we need cloud. Like, you would want to own this machinery. To be able to rent it by the minute makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and it doesn't make sense to own it, to be very honest, because the other interesting thing about, and specifically with deep learning, they need a lot of resources and time to train, but they are highly nonlinear loads. Right. You won't train day in, day out, 24/7 your machine learning models. Some you will train maybe once a week, some you will train maybe once a month, and so forth. So having this capability that is elastic in nature, where if I need 20,000 GPU cores, I can get them, I can use them for, I don't know, $100, and then maybe 30 days from that point, I will need them again. Yeah. That is makes a lot of sense from an economical point of view in terms of the cost for getting those amazingly intelligent models trained and then used in your organization.
Yeah, and then only the public cloud. So 3 or 4 vendors buy these massive machines. Yeah. And then the rest of us just rent them out. And so they get well used only because there's so many customers using them.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I one of the pieces I was working on a couple of years back, there was some big AI conference deadline coming up. Like the call for papers was about to close, and all the GPUs on all the public clouds got consumed in the week leading into that. But it was only for that week because everybody AI was trying to use as much as possible to get their papers done to get into this conference. So,
yeah. We've seen that a couple of times as well. So
yeah,
I second that, of course.
I'm just glad that it's not us that have to buy that machinery or have to pitch that, part of the equation to our employer. And I remember in the early days of data warehousing where before we could even build the model, it's like, hey, boss, I need $1 million worth of new equipment for us to just get started really experimenting with the model. Yeah. So you did so much upfront planning because the commit was so large. But I like in this model now, it's like, hey, can I do a 48-hour spike and experiment with a deep learning model on the cloud? It'll cost us $50 plus my time.
Right.
Yeah. And you've touched on an interesting point there, mentioning the data warehouse, because
sure.
Because of the fact that this is not limited to machine learning, but also it expands a lot to data warehousing, like with stuff like with the Azure SQL Data Warehouse, what you get in terms of raw computing power for a data warehouse today is just amazing. This means that you can actually split the load in terms of the most difficult part of your machine learning process, which is prepping your data. Mm-hmm. And specifically, if you talk about data coming from line of business applications, that is in many, many cases structured or semi-structured data, then you can actually use the power of the data warehouse types of services to do a large portion of the preparation of your data. And that's another interesting and very, very interesting kind of scenario that we see more and more these days. And incidentally, is going to be one of the scenarios that we'll touch through the workshop. How you can, as a developer, also be involved into the prepping and cleansing and all the nitty-gritty details of preparing the data to get into that super smart and super performant deep learning model.
Yeah. As long as it's actually smart and performant. That's always the scary part, is can we build the right thing?
Yeah. And specifically with deep learning, that is kind of even more difficult. The problem, the main problem that the deep learning models have is what we call overfitting or overtraining. The number one risk and the number one problem that we typically see in challenged projects where we provide consultancy is models that have been overtrained, overfitted. And the problem with these kinds of models is that they perform beautifully on the training data. Their big problem is when they get to see new data, or in other words, when you put them into production.
Right.
That's probably the number one risk that we see with these kinds of models, and that's where we also see a lot of kind of holdback from companies saying, well, but who's going to tell us what is the right combination of these parameters? And to add insult to the injury, it's not only about the parameters, but it's also about the structure of the deep learning network. There's a reason they are called deep learning. It's because they have a deep, complex structure. And the question is, okay, who's going to validate that for us? And this is another interesting area where initiatives like AutoML, automatic machine learning, will help a lot, because what they typically will do is they will explore the large number of combinations of those hyperparameters and of those structures, and we'll try to assess the performance of every single iteration. And at the end, they will end up with a recommendation saying that, look, based on your data, based on the approach, this is the most likely combination of hyperparameter that will work for your specific scenario. This is one area where I foresee a lot of improvement in the next 12 to 18 months. And I think it's going to be one of the very, very hot areas in terms of getting deep learning to a level of simplicity that makes it affordable also for the non-super qualified data scientists of the world.
Well, you've got a workshop at DEVintersection on this. So by the end of the day, I'm a data scientist, right?
No. No. Or at least I hope not, because that would mean we've completely missed the point and the target of the workshop. We're actually the point of our workshop is to show developers ways that they can use today with today's tools and platforms to integrate different types of machine learning and specifically deep learning models into their applications. This is why we're not going to focus on the very latest and most detailed and difficult to understand developments in the world of deep learning, which, by the way, are a lot. We're going to try to focus on those 70 to 80% of the scenarios that will help developers get started with this very interesting and very appealing world of machine learning. So hopefully by the end of the workshop, you will be convinced that with the skills of a developer, you can add useful functionalities to your application without needing to either hire that data scientist or go through the learning curve of becoming a data scientist.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And it's certainly what we heard from Eric Boyd as well was this, we want the regular developers to be able to do this. So I'm glad that's where your workshop focuses. Not that I'm opposed to the idea that we couldn't do something to help grow data scientists. I just don't know if it's the right thing to do yet.
Yeah, this is a very difficult problem, I think, these days, because from a scientific point of view, things are in high gear. So you see lots and lots in developments, you see lots and lots of new ideas, lots and lots of research being performed. Yet the learning curve to become a specialist in the area, to become a highly skilled data science, is still difficult. And it's not necessarily difficult because of lack of people or lack of education. It's because you simply need a number of years to get to the level of experience, the level of expertise that will enable you to tackle these very, very difficult kind of problems and issues. But this is nothing new. I believe that in the history of IT, we've seen a lot of these processes where what something appears to be initially very, very complicated and very difficult to understand starts to get factored into different platforms or services or approaches that hide a significant part of that complexity. And I firmly believe that this will be the case in the near future with advanced machine learning as well, with deep learning as well. I think this is the kind of process that already started, and it's just going to gain momentum in the near future.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, Cyprian, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this workshop works out for you too. It's a first for us on the show, and I'm keen to see if it resonates with the audience and folks come out for it.
Well, I also hope that will be the case. I can certainly say that we've seen a lot of demand for something like that. In all the talks that I did through 2018, through 2017, I've had a lot of people coming to me either after the talks or engaging offline, asking, okay, but how do I get my hands on something like this without being a data scientist?
Right.
How can I incorporate that into apps without being a data scientist? So I believe the interest is there, and of course it's our job and task to kind of live up to the expectations of the developers.
Oh yeah,
yeah, absolutely. Wow, there goes an hour, man. That was awesome.
Yeah. Oh
Absolutely.
my gosh.
Absolutely.
Michelle warned us, Cyprian. She said your head's gonna explode.
Oh, she was not necessarily referring to machine learning and deep learning. She was probably referring to my other field of interest, which is quantum computing.
Oh. Yes. Well, we're not quite ready for that part yet. But,
No.
But it has possibilities. No two ways about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very
Well,
cool.
so I think we'll let you escape, dude, and we'll wrap this up. Folks have been hanging with us for 4 hours.
Yeah.
So
Thank you
it's been
very
a lot
much
of fun.
for having me on the show. It was a real pleasure.
It's good stuff, man. We'll check back in with you as we get closer to the workshop and see what folks are concerned about and what we can talk about next.
That's great. Looking forward.
All right, man. Thanks again. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Cyprian. And there he goes. Oh man, there was a lot to digest there.
Yeah, I know. I'm wowed. I want to go. I want to see it. You know, I mean, I've seen Steve's stuff before because he's been doing it for a while and he keeps tweaking and tuning. He gets better and better. Like his ability to teach that clean architecture, very compelling. I had a .NET Rocks episode with him and Julie Lerman together. Talking about it too, just delightful.
Yeah.
And of course, Michelle has been helping us understand microservices and containers and so forth for a while now. But this deep learning piece, like I'm glad we saved it for the end because I don't know how you would follow it with anything.
No,
we're all a little cooked now.
Yeah, there's so much to digest there, and it's interesting how meta it was when Cyprian described that you need some training so you understand the market and the modeling and how those pieces fit together before you can really start going off and building your own models.
Yeah.
To train and work with data.
But I'm excited at the prospect, just this general idea. We saw this with OLAP years ago with this idea of sort of KPIs, of sort of the standard indicators that generally go across industries and across areas. And if we're getting to that same point with AI, then for us as developers, we just don't need to know that much, that we can go and work in these things. I mean, we're there with the text to speech.
Yeah.
Like if you want to add speech to your software or being able to talk to the software, it's a set of API calls and it more or less works. You know, there's a few things you still need to do, but you're pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah.
But to get to and sentiment analysis, I feel like we're there too. But dude, can you imagine doing like theft prevention at that level or market segmentation at that level? That's exciting to me. That's a profound new capability in our toolbox.
You've impacted a business in a significant way that previously was a closed box. You had right. You've got folks in Vegas whose job it is to just watch all the cameras all the time.
Yeah,
and to be able to do that analysis.
Well, and then quickly after that, it turns into table stakes. Like if you don't have this, you're not competitive.
Yeah,
you know this is the reality of our jobs too, right? Like we've been doing this for a while.
And I did not miss the Vegas reference turned into table stakes.
Dude, I'm quick. Have you met me? I'm a clever man.
I may have seen that.
You may have run across that before.
Okay, so we've got a couple folks here in the chat room saying, great job, thank you. Oh, thank you, Ronald. Looking forward to next month's stream. Yeah, I think we should do this again in about a month.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I love the experiment. You know, I like the idea of getting as much feedback as we can about the show as we build the show so we can make it more exactly what people want. I think some folks like to see sort of the inner workings of how these things get made. It doesn't happen just by coincidence. Like it's a lot of folks working hard.
It is.
I hope that comes across.
Oh my gosh, yes. Hugo says tremendous amount of value. You know what? And the more we pulled this together quickly, and we wanted to just this is more or less show zero. Let's test it out. Yeah. Let's see how it works. Let's pull a couple of close friends in and see what an hour discussion feels like, and let's build with it.
Yeah. And I don't know. It'll be interesting to take this video. I bet we can I wouldn't mind putting the whole thing up as a piece, but I know there's some nuggets that I saw today that we could pull out as little snippets of a minute or two or four that easier to digest if you want to get a taste of it.
Yeah, I'm seeing, just looking at the stats on the stream, I'm seeing there's 3 clips that were taken here. We've got we got a decent number of viewers. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's good for a first try, and we'll do better next time.
We'll build.
And I'm going to keep thinking about this Geek Out thing because I think I'd like to try it. But that'll be a different place at a different time. Let's focus on getting this show together for June. I guess the real question is, because even Destroyed QC say, I'm feeling a little fried, brain's a little cooked. Was it too long? Should we only do one topic at a time? Or I like the idea that we had 3. We did a little web, we did a little back end stuff, and then this sort of deep learning piece. Maybe it's just Cyprian kills us all, just fries our brains.
If we broke it down and we did maybe an hour or 2 with one speaker, and we sprinkled it throughout the month, that's not too bad.
More pieces more often, smaller pieces. I don't know.
Yeah,
good question. Willing to experiment. We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah. Maybe 2, 3 was maybe 2 guests, but 3 was good as well. Yeah, and you know what we were saying throughout the day here today, that we've got a bunch of great speakers out there for the event that we can bring in and talk to and really go into all these different topics.
All right.
So this was great. Thanks so much, Richard, for
I like
joining
working
me
with you, brother. That was fun.
That was.
So we'll do more of that.
All righty. So I think we're going to call it there. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us, and we'll share a link out on Twitter when the next one of these is scheduled. Click that follow button over here on Twitch so that you get notification when the next event is posted and when we schedule the next one of these videos. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Take care.